prayer by Commissioner Wandell and the pledge by Commissioner Val. Everyone please stand, please.
Go to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you again for this blessed day that you've given us. We thank you for those here in attendance tonight. We thank you for the opportunity to hear your word and lead this county in the way you see fit. We hope that the wisdom you give us will take and use to the betterment of this county, for the betterment of this state and our great nation. Thank you for the opportunity to see the light and always be reaching for the light. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Commissioners, after the commission meeting tonight, if you'll please drop off your iPads to Mr. Young. He's going to take our iPads because of the new voting system that we're going to have. So you'll need to leave your iPad with him tonight, and then he'll get them programmed and redo what he needs to do. So if you can get that to him after the meeting, I'd appreciate it. Okay, appearance of citizens. This is a chance for anyone to speak 3 minutes on anything that is not on the agenda. But I first would like to recognize Charlie Curtis, Executive Director of the Tennessee County Commissioners Association. Hello, Mr. Curtis. How are you doing today?
Fine, better than I deserve to be doing, for sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
members.
sir.
I want to certainly say I'm thankful for the opportunity to be before you tonight, and I appreciate the opportunity, and it's an honor. My name's Charles Curtis. As he said, I'm the Executive Director of the County Commissioners, so I actually work for each one of you. Many of you I've worked with in the past. I've got to see you at our meetings and things of that nature, and there's some of you I've not had that opportunity. And I think this is the 89th county I've came and visited the County Commission, and the reason I'm doing that, I want to personally thank each one of you for doing what you do. You know, this is the most basic form of government we got in this country. Tennessee's built on the foundation of county governments. If our counties fail, the state fails. In reality, our nation, the county governments are the foundation of our country. That's right down where the people live. When I served in the legislature, I was 90 miles away from my people. You can't get that far for your people. As long as you're in Anderson County, you're looking at your people. But in 1982, I was elected to the County Commission in White County, and I sat right where you're sitting. Not in this beautiful courthouse. This is a beautiful facility you've got here. Somebody really looked ahead when they built this courthouse. And then in 86, I was elected as county executive. I've got the T-shirt and all. It's a tough job, I understand. And then in 94, I ran and was elected for the legislature. I ended up being elected to 10 terms in the legislature. I just looking back, I think James Coffey was your state representative when I went to Nashville. Brilliant man. I served, I think, with 4 or 5 people that represented you here in this county. And all that time, I served with Senator McNally. And we're blessed now. He's our lieutenant governor. The whole state's blessed, but Anderson County is especially blessed. But the main thing I want to get across to you is I'm not some dignitary. I want you to feel comfortable calling me. I certainly don't know everything, but I generally know who to ask if there's something I don't know, to do research for you. We got CTAS. They work for the University of Tennessee. Each one of those field reps, there's 8 of them. They've got as many as 15, 16 counties. Some of them have. They're dealing with every elected official in the courthouse, plus the highway department. They may not be able to answer the phone when you call. But call me. I'm just down the hall, and I can cut some red tape. That's one of the most enjoyable things about serving in office, is being able to cut red tape. I took the liberty to put my card out at each one of your workstations. That's got all of my numbers, my home phone, my cell number, and my office number. If you wake up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning and think you need to talk to me, call me. I'm not going to be mad. My wife will be mad for a couple of weeks because it's actually happened. Believe it or not, it's happened. But I'm serious as a heart attack. If you need to talk to me or even think you need to talk to me, call me. And I'll be tickled to death to help you. I may not be able to tell you what you need to know at that moment, but I'll get to work on it. I promise. I want to share a couple things with you before I wrap up. There's two rules I live by, and those of you that interact with me very much are aware about how I deal. But something I read not long after I got out of the military that really helped me, because those of you that did serve in our armed forces, it takes a little bit of time to interface back into civilian life after you've been in the military. And I read an article one day, and it was real simple, and it took me a while to figure out how profound it was. It says, speak well of your enemies, you made them. And the reality of it is, if somebody hates you or despises you, you may not caused it, but you had a little something to do with it. You could have said less, or smiled when you said it, or you could have done something. But we make enough enemies going through life without trying. So we need to be careful and not make enemies if we can avoid it. And the last thing I want to share with you, it's biblical. If you have to twist or turn the truth to get what you want, and part of this is wrapped up in Tracy's prayer a minute ago. If you have to do anything underhanded to get what you want, God's not in it. And if He's not in it, you don't want it. You may be happy for a short season, but you will not be happy long. I'm not telling you this because I'm a good reader and I digest this stuff. I've experienced it. If God's not in it, you won't be happy very long. I want to wrap up by saying I want to thank each one of you for what you do. I know you take time away from your families. You're the decision makers for this county. You're the legislative body. You don't get to run everything. You're not the administrators of it, but you're the legislative body. You're standing in the gap. There's 3 branches in our government, and you're the legislative branch. I hope and pray God blesses each one of you and your families. And I hope you all have a great evening and do the people's business. If I can do anything to help you, don't hesitate to call me. The closest regional meeting you is going to be October 5th. That's the first Thursday. It's going to be at Calhoun's by the river. Be starting at 6 p.m. Start registration at 5:30 in the evening. We'll try to be out there before 8. Look forward to seeing you at our next meeting. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Could you state your name, please?
I'm glad to do that. Excuse me. My name is Dale Crank, and Mr. Curtis really couldn't have been any better preliminary for what I've got to say. I'm a resident of Anderson County. I live on the east side of Oak Ridge. Last month I attended my first county commission meeting, and I feel that I need to take my 3 minutes and address you on an important matter. It opened my eyes. I'll limit my statements to the issue of the nominations that Mrs. Frank made to the Conservation Board, because that matter, although minor, will illustrate the important point I wish to address. Mrs. Frank clearly explained that the composition of the board was not legally constituted. The county bylaws clearly say that the county mayor is to nominate, and the commission is to confirm or not those nominees. Mr. Warfield, I believe, agreed that the mayor's explanation was correct. Mr. Creasy made a clear statement that Mrs. Frank always is very thorough in doing her research. Yet not one word of the debate in this chamber was over the merits of those nominated, but rather to determine if any legal action would be taken against county commission for remaining outside the law. It bothers me as a citizen of this county that you who have been elected to decide the business of this county are more concerned with preserving your power block than you are with following the law. Rather than attempting to comply with the laws of this county and this state, your actions demonstrated that you'll do all in your power to preserve a good old boy system. The citizens of this county deserve a county commission that is intentional about obeying the law. You are not above it. We are a nation of laws. The preamble to the Constitution declares that it is law that preserves the blessings of liberty. The citizens of this county are not protected by police. They are protected by law. The police merely enforce the law. Obedience to those laws are how you demonstrate accountability to the people. We can vigorously debate political philosophy, and we should, but we are all under the dominion of the law. At last month's meeting, you showed a disdain for the law. You demonstrated that you're intent on sidestepping lawfully enacted regulations to preserve your own powers. Jesus told the Pharisees that they nullified the law to preserve their traditions. That's exactly what you did. And as a citizen of this county, it offends me. If you don't like a law, go through due process to change it. But until then, you have vowed to uphold the law. Your actions in sidestepping the law held me, my family, and the good people of this county in contempt. If I cannot trust you to follow the law in minor areas, and as I said, I view the appointments to the Conservation Board as a relatively minor area. If I can't trust you to follow the law in minor areas, you've shown me that I probably can't trust you to follow the law in major areas. It offends me when our officials in Washington enact laws that I have to live under, but they exempt themselves. It offends me when small groups of people on either side of the political fence use the threat of violence to bully others to get their way. Your contempt for the citizens of this county by ignoring the law shows me that you're not above the very same hypocrisy. Mrs. Frank did not know that I was going to take up this subject this evening to address you in these 3 minutes. In fact, no one in this room did. Some might have suggested to me that I was tilting at windmills. But if you're not committed to rigorously adhering to the laws of this county and state, then you need to tender your resignation tonight. It's what I expect as a citizen of this county. I thank you sincerely for hearing me. I truly hope you have listened. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Could you state your name, please?
I'm Carl Scarborough. Lived downtown Claxton and 75 years and used to be on this commission. So I can say that I know a little bit about you guys. Know how you think. The last time we were here about 4 hours, and I realized that we really wasn't the agenda. It was the dog night. And I got 2 dogs, so don't get me wrong, and that's probably the only thing that loves me. But we weren't, and these folks here, a lot of these people are 90-year-old. Most of them shouldn't be driving at night, but they're here quite a while. The Bible says it's one of these days that the people's first going to be last, and the last going to be first. So maybe tonight we could be first when you get around. And I did find out, giving you all credit, we wasn't on the agenda. So that's why I came up here, because just in case we're not on the agenda tonight. But I really come to praise you. I know, but from being on commission, very seldom do you get praised. But I want to praise all of you all for approving the Senior Citizen Center. You deserve it, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening.
Could you state your name? Okay.
And I'm running for 8th District.
We're not doing that right now.
Oh, you're not doing that now?
No, sir. We'll call
Excuse-
you up for that.
You'll call me then?
Yes, sir.
Good, I didn't know.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. State your name, please.
Hi, my name is Vicki Rule, and I have a lot to say in only 3 minutes, so I went ahead and wrote a statement. I have been an Anderson County resident for the last 30 years, living on Hillvale Road, raising my 2 children, paying taxes, and living a relatively peaceful life until last August when I had a disagreement with my neighbor. Despite multiple attempts at peace with him, he continues to choose to harass me and my family. One way he does this is by reporting any minor problems on my property that might not meet county code requirements. He did this last August, so after purchasing his property, living there for 14 months, and only after our disagreement, he reports that my barn is too close to the property line to the Public Works Department. And that is actually why I am here today, is not only have I had to deal with my neighbor issues, but now I have had to deal with the Public Works Department, who has treated me both unprofessionally and with discrimination. I feel because I am a single woman, and if I was a man, I would have gotten different results. I was first misinformed on several occasions regarding the barn making my barn compliant, and the availability of the Board of Zoning appeal process. I had multiple questions unanswered and telephone calls not returned. In the meantime, I was trying to build a wooden fence between the neighbor and I, for which I had a permit, when I got notice that my fence was not compliant. So I had a permit for my fence, and the fence I was building was not compliant. And the Public Works Department even said that my fence was putting anyone nearby in imminent danger, and I had a stop work notice posted on it. I was informed that I would need to hire a structural engineer to inspect and advise on my fence. When asked the Public Works Department, I was told I could not use a general contractor or an architect, which I explained would be more affordable for me, but I could only use a structural engineer. So I hired one, and he advised me on my fence and my barn walls, but also commented on my neighbor's fence, which is 16 foot tall and 100 foot wide, made out of black tarp material, 20 foot by 4 inch iron pipe, cabling, and zip ties. He looked at the fence and said clearly that fence was not meeting the same standards that they were requiring of me, and that there was a real possibility it would not withstand high winds. He stated his concern in the inspection letter that was submitted to the Public Works Department, and I believe the mayor also, but they have chosen to disregard these safety concerns. Because this fence is an eyesore and had clearly needed multiple reinforcement since its initial installation, I had asked the Public Works Department about his assurance of its safety. I was always told that the neighbors submitted specs from the company that made the material. When I requested the public records recently, however, I found that the neighbor had only submitted a pencil drawing and a 2-sentence description of the material being heavy-duty and durable, and that air passes through it. Nothing about wind loads or number of supports needed for a 16-foot tall by 100-foot wide fence. So, long story short, I am here to ask why the Public Works Department has held me to a higher standard than my neighbor by making me hire a structural engineer, and then why the department is disregarding safety concerns regarding my neighbor's property that the engineer pointed out. Thank you very much. I have pictures if anybody wants to see any. I'll start there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I don't know if this is appropriate time or not, but under the circumstances, I think I can do it now or when we go to vote on the agenda. I think this item needs to be put under the mayor's report, and we need to talk about this. This has been an ongoing thing for, she's in District 3, which is your district and mine. This has been ongoing, and I think as a citizen, we need to put a stop to this. This has gone on too long for this lady. I don't know if it's appropriate now, or I'll make that a motion when it comes that time.
That's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Commissioner White.
This lady came before BZA 3 or 4 months ago, and I thought we had this settled. All that we asked her to do was tear down part of this barn because it was too close to the property line. Now, her and her neighbor has built 2 ugly fences. As you can see in these pictures, they're an eyesore. If she would abide by the rules of the BZA at that time, I think all this problem would go away.
Sir, I have.
You've tore down the barn.
I have torn the 10 feet off the roof like I was instructed to do.
So why the
all
fence?
of the supports,
Okay.
because I want a fence between me and that neighbor who comes down and harasses me.
Okay.
I got a fence permit in August so that I could build a fence.
Well, there's got to be some problem somewhere, or the Public Works Department would have already worked with you. It's just,
Mayor.
To Commissioner White's point, we have worked closely with Jay on this. This is in his office. There are a lot of details on this particular issue.
Mayor,
including-
We
well,
are going to put this under your
that's-
report.
That's fine.
Is that okay?
So
I mean,
this is
we'll just
not about
address
the
it.
barn. This is about
The
the
fence.
The barn issue.
Okay,
is
so if you'll
complete.
just if you'll just hang around, under the mayor's report, we'll address this then, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. State your name, please.
Alan Roberts. I live at 111 Alley Road. I'm a neighbor of Vicky's. The fence is an eyesore, I agree. This same neighbor, I think I've talked to a couple of you guys about the complaint I've had about shooting an AR-15 at 10:30 and 10:40 at night in total darkness. Call the county. The county says there's nothing we can do because he's not violating a noise ordinance till 11 p.m. My statement is, my God, this is an AR-15, and he's bursting 10, 12-round shots in total darkness. So I'm asking that we change the noise ordinance or something to keep people from shooting in our neighborhood at 10:30 at night. There's no reason to be shooting a semi-automatic rifle at 10:30 and 10:40 at night. That's crazy. And it's going to get somebody killed. The fence is just a byproduct of everything that's been going on up there. There's kids, if you know where Hillvale, you know where I live, Jerry? Yes, sir. And we all live right there in a very tight-knit group. One ricochet could kill this lady, my neighbor, me, anybody. So I'm asking that we put our heads together. We thought that maybe the same rule that applies to hunting from a half hour before daylight till 1/2 hour after sunset would work, but I'm not sure that that's going to work because in the summertime, legally he could shoot up till 9:30 at night. So we need to figure out a way to stop the gunfire before somebody gets killed. And everybody in this county building is aware of this problem going on Hillvale Road, and we all stick our head in the sand and kick the can down the road. Guys, we have to stop this. Something has to be done, and I'm begging for y'all's help. I don't want to ever be part of a community that sat on its behind till somebody got killed, and we have to go in and drag somebody out of their house dead from a dispute that started over a fence that's led to gunfire. It's pure and simple harassment with this gunfire, and it has to stop.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Commissioner Isbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I can relate to that. I had the same instance, and most of the people that's on this committee remembers about 6 years ago when I had a neighbor that and they was target shooting for hours, and it actually ricocheted and went through my garage and missed my daughter by about 2 inches. I don't know if y'all remember that, but that is an issue. So I'd like to take this up in operations.
Okay.
Yeah.
The topic as far as gunfire. Okay. Is that a motion?
It's a motion.
Have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion?
What was the motion now to do operation?
Mr. Roberts, what he's talking about.
Thank you, sir.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Commission. My name is Matthew Stout. I'm a Kentucky Colonel, and I'm a UN Goodwill Ambassador to Western Africa and Central Africa, specifically Gambia, Senegal, and what was formerly Zaire, Central African Republic. I'm focusing my attentions now from that part of the world to this part of the world, politically speaking. I just wanted to get my name out here to you guys today simply because I hope to work with you in the future to improve the lives of our fellow Tennesseans and our countyans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, approval of corrections of agendas, consent agenda. Motion second. Commissioner Wandell?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to move from the consent agenda, Anderson County Tourism Board minutes to the regular agenda. I so move.
Where'd you like to place that, sir?
You want to put it down under reports and committees? That's fine.
Yes, sir. And what is that again?
Anderson County Tourism minutes. Just for discussion.
Okay. We have a motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a case that you wanted to go in executive session on a settlement amount, probably towards the end of the meeting, if not the very end of the meeting, the Toyota versus Anderson County case.
Okay.
We just received another settlement offer about less than an hour ago.
Are we still on consent or
Consent. Anything else? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Regular agenda. Commissioner Fritz.
Mr. Chairman, the number of people's here, I move that we moved operations report up right underneath the elections.
Under elections. Okay. All right. Anything else? That was a motion. We have a second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Anything else? Commissioner Wandale?
Mr. Chairman, that was just for the operations.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Fritz, I think maybe what you want to do is take up on the Operations Committee, maybe the Senior Center and Office on Aging, is that correct?
All operations.
Okay, all right, because that one's actually under the Law Director, it's been moved to the Law Director's report, but we'll take it up then. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. What issues?
The Senior Center and Office on Aging, MOU.
Okay, I just prepared it for operations. That's all I was saying in my report. You can still leave it under operations, whatever desire this body is.
Okay. Is that it? Thank you. AC Library Board, City of Rocky Top, reappointment of Lake McCoy.
So move.
Motion second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the appointment of District 8 County Commissioner to fill unexpired term beginning July 1st, 2017 and ending August 31st, 2018. Our candidates are David Mosby, Nathaniel Varner, Bob Smallridge, and Harold Trapp. So I'd ask each one of the names I just mentioned, if you'll please go out in the hall and we'll call you in one at a time. Yes, sir.
Chair, we nominate him first.
Okay. Is that your motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we nominate David Mosby, Nathaniel Varner, Bob Smallridge, and Harold Trout to fill the unexpired term, 8th District County Commission.
Second.
Motion and second.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, yes, sir. Go
as
ahead.
previously advised with the law director, we do have to accept nominations from the floor. So we need to ask for if
Any
there's anyone
nominations
given.
from the floor? Dr. Parrott? Commissioner Fritz, do you have anything?
I was going to make the same motion he did.
Okay, all right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Commissioner Wandale?
Mr. Chairman, could you describe to us how the process will work once
Yes, sir. We'll do a paper, we'll let them come in one at a time, do their little speech. Then after that, Jeff, you could tell them that they could come stay seated in here. They don't have to go back out in the hall if they don't want to. And then after that, then we'll pass out the paper ballots and we'll make our vote then. We'll do our vote at that time.
So is it going to be one-time vote around?
We'll see.
Well, I mean, I'd like to know what happens if we have to Will C.
Well,
You know, if for instance,
the one of the least will be
okay,
eliminated,
so the
and then we'll
least will
just
be
keep-
eliminated, and we'll vote again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's
Yes,
what
sir.
I wanted to know.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
thank you.
sorry. Thank you.
Until somebody gets majority. of
Yeah,
the seats.
majority votes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. 8. All right. Did they change your mind? Yeah. Just send Mr. Mosby in. Shut the door, please. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Mosby.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Excellent.
Floor is yours.
Okay, I was really excited when I saw the notice of the opportunity to serve on the Anderson County Commission. I'm very interested in serving in that capacity. I sent you a lot of my information previously, but I'd like to just go over a little bit of it right here. I currently am employed as a project manager in Oak Ridge. My professional interests include project planning and business development. As a matter of fact, I just finished 3 of the 4 projects I've had, graduated them from college, and I got 1 left. I plan to apply the project management discipline that I have acquired to continue the growth and the expansion of the county's economic base. About myself, I have a master's degree in industrial engineering from the University of Tennessee and a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Tennessee Tech. I'm also a credentialed project manager and a professional registered engineer in the state of Tennessee. I've been really active in the community for practically ever since I graduated from college and came here to this fine, wonderful place. My community service includes being a past member of the Oak Ridge City Council, the Planning Commission, the Environmental Quality Advisory Board, the Traffic Safety Advisory Board, the National Management Association, SECME, and the Oak Ridge Toastmasters Club. I am currently a volunteer with the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, and I serve in leadership positions in the Thomas City Sportsman's Club, NAACP, and the East Tennessee chapter of the Project Management Institute, where I serve as Vice President of Membership. I'm a Rotarian and a Sunday school teacher at Oak Valley Baptist Church. I am really invested in this community, and my desire to serve this community comes from a tradition. My family has several elected officials as a part of it. My dad was the first one. He was a county commissioner in DeKalb County in Atlanta, Georgia. Then I followed suit, being elected to the Oak Ridge City Council. So community service is a part of the fabric of who I am, how I was raised, and what I think is important to give back. Appreciate your consideration in appointing me to the vacant position that's available. Now I'll be willing to take any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Scott.
Question for you, Mr. Mosby. Would you look to run for the seat after the term expires?
Absolutely. I'm looking that this is the first step in an experience that I think I can serve well in, do a lot of good, and get some enjoyment back from it. If the community, the citizens, the residents of my area will have me, certainly I will put my name up for reconsideration.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Nathaniel Varner. Nathaniel Varner? Okay, we'll do Mr. Trapp.
Okay. Good evening. Of course, everybody knows my name's Harold Trapp, and I live at 102 Concord Road in Oak Ridge. Have been in Oak Ridge basically all my life, I guess you might say. My parents Moved here in 1943, and I went through all the Oak Ridge schools, graduated from there, and also went to university, Lincoln Memorial University, in which I graduated there with an accounting degree. Since I've been in Oak Ridge, I've served on a number of committees, as well as the Industrial Development Board for the City of Oak Ridge. Been there for 20 years, and now that 20 years, 18 of it, I was Secretary Treasurer. I feel that this has brought experience for me, not only for knowing how the counties and the cities work, but also it's helped me out in business also. I have an office at 410 South Main Street in Clinton. I've been here for over 40 years, handling commercial insurance and personal insurance. I have dealt with a number of we used to write town of Clinton, and also the city of, and Anderson County. But through the years there, with the experience, I spent 10 years in the National Guard. After I got out of that, I ran for trustee in 1970 and did a pretty good job. Came within 150 votes to beat Mr. Reidner, but that was an experience for me also. But in the meantime, I have spent numerous hours and time working in Clinton and Oak Ridge, and I feel that I am qualified to operate and to work with you all in any manner that it might be to make Anderson County a better place to live, bringing in more jobs, more taxes, and taking care of our school systems and our other offices. I would look forward to working with you all. I feel that I've been around here for a long time. I do know a lot of you, and I would appreciate the opportunity to serve you. If you would consider me, your vote would be greatly supported.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Mr. Trapp, if you are selected, at the end of the term, would you be running for the position publicly?
Well, I've had a number of other people to ask me that. I kind of like to get my feet wet first, kind of see what's going on, and then I'll make a decision. But right now, that's hard to answer, to tell you the truth about it, because I don't know really what all's entailed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'd be glad to consider it. As long as my health holds up, I have the time. So, but I would look forward to working with all of you and making this a better place to live in Anderson County and Oak Ridge. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Trapp. Let's try Mr. Varner again. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Varner. How are you doing? Hello, Mr. Smallridge.
Hello.
Floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, thank you for giving me an opportunity to make a few comments this evening. I'll try to keep it brief. A little bit of background, I guess. I've lived in Oak Ridge for the last 45 years or so. I was superintendent of schools in Oak Ridge for 20 years. Altogether, I served with the Oak Ridge schools for 26 years. I did an interim assignment here with the Clinton City Schools back several years ago. And I also did the same up in Campbell County. Currently, I am alternate foreman for the Anderson County Grand Jury, and as some of you know, I serve on the Charter Commission. So I hope those experiences have given me some feel for county government, although I know counties are different, and I still have a lot to learn about Anderson County, about your operation and structure. But I would work, if appointed, I would work very hard to get up to speed on those things. I think it's important for county government and the municipalities to continue to work together, and I think that's been happening, and I would certainly be an advocate for continuing that kind of cooperation. I would strive to make after looking at the data and the information, I would certainly strive to make the best decision I could for the benefit of Anderson County. So I'd be glad to try to answer any questions you might have. But
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. If selected for this position at the end of the term, would you run publicly for the seat?
Okay. I guess if I can kind of equivocate on that question, I'm not sure, honestly. I guess I'd kind of be based on my experience and how well I thought I was doing, and I wouldn't want to totally close the door, but I'm not sure, and I also wouldn't want to say that I absolutely would run at the end of this interim assignment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Smallridge. I'm not asking for him again. Mr. Varner. You better come in this time. Hello, sir.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
The floor is yours.
Respected commissioners, I'm sorry I'm not wearing my trademark yellow polo shirt tonight, but hopefully you will still recognize me as the young man who keeps showing up to all of your meetings and you can't get rid of me. I've been asked several times if I'm a reporter when I come to these meetings, but up until now I've just been an ordinary citizen just trying to get into politics. So I am seeking to be a representative of the 8th District of Anderson County, but I do not envy your jobs, not for 1 second, because I've been here enough to see that it's maddening to try and come up with a budget when there's just not enough money to go around. Can't give everyone a wish list and get everything on it. And I've also seen the insane web of legalities and policies and limitations that this commission has to deal with. Now, I remember Commissioner Scott told me a while back that I was going to need a big bottle of Tylenol to deal with all the headaches involved in politics. And Commissioner Meade told me that a lot of people who seek to enter the commission, well, they think it's a lot easier than it actually is. And I say good, because I don't want something easy. I don't want to put my feet up and come to meetings every once in a while and give decisions from on high. My conscience demands that I take a very proactive role in politics, and it won't settle for anything less. Whenever I'm in one of these meetings, I always feel like I belong here. I get a rush that tells me that I am in my element. Now, if this position were a mere curiosity to me, I certainly wouldn't be standing here in front of you. Because if you asked me to give you the names of the people in District 8 I do not want to run against, it would be David Mosby and Bob Smallridge, easily. Because I actually live right next door to Mr. Mosby. He's a great guy. Now, it still feels awkward to go against, big names that I've heard before like that, but I want this too much to just step aside. I may lack a lot of professional and political experience, but if this were a contest of how badly we wanted this spot, I guarantee you that you would be very hard-pressed to find anyone who could beat me at that. Because I want to be part of this commission to make sure the folks of Anderson County get a good, efficient, effective government at any cost. Well, I guess that's not a good way to say it, because that would imply something about taxes. But I am going to be passionate about my job. A year ago, my life didn't really have a lot of direction, and I certainly wouldn't have bothered turning in a resume for an opportunity like this, because I didn't think I would be able to get in. But now I feel a calling. Now, Myron's seat comes up for re-election next year, so it turns out I'm full of hot air, bold ideas, and not much else. Well, you won't have to put up with me for long. But barring any extraordinary circumstance or opportunity, I'm going to run for re-election. Now, I'm going to keep showing up to your meetings whether you like it or not. That's a given. But whether that's going to be as a member of the audience or as a commissioner is up to you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you very much. He answered my question.
Anyone else?
No, thank you.
Okay, you can be seated.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cole.
Great job.
David Mosley, Whitey Hitchcock, David Mosley, Chuck Fritz, Harold Trapp, Rick Meredith, Bob Smileridge, Mark Alderson, Harold Trapp, Phil Yeager, Bob Smileridge, Steve Mead, Bob Smileridge, Steve Emmert, Bob Smileridge, Tim Isbell, Harold Trapp, Robert McCamey, Harold Trapp, Tracy Waddell, David Mosley, Jerry Creasy, Bob Smileridge, Shane Val, Nathan Varner, Jerry White, Bob Smileridge, Phil Warfield. Four for Mr. Trapp, 5 for Mr. Smileridge, 1 for Mr. Varner, and 4 for Mr. Mosley. And Mr. Varner will drop off. We'll do it again. I think it might be worth mentioning that 8 votes is a majority in a 15-member commission. Bob Smileridge, Jerry White, Harold Trapp, Rick Meredith, Bob Smileridge, Phil Warfield, Bob Smileridge, Mark Alderson, Harold Trapp, Phil Yeager,
Bob Smallridge, Steve Mead. Bob Smallridge, Tim Isbell. Bob Smallridge, Steve Emmert. Harold Trapp, Robert McCamey. Teresa Scott, David Mosby. David Mosby, Jerry Creasy. Harold Trapp, Tracy Waddell. Bob Smallridge, Shane Val. David Mosby, Whitey Hitchcock. David Mosley, Chuck Fritz.
Okay, we've got a tie.
Shane.
What do we do with the tie?
I think it was Bob. Seven for Mr. Smallridge, 4 for Mr. Trapp, and 4 for Mr. Mosby.
Vote again. Good.
You were smart.
You're gonna need a bunch more.
Would you be so kind as to open that door back up, please? Thank you.
Bob Smallridge, Jerry White. Harold Trapp, Rick Meredith. Bob Smallridge, Phil Warfield. Bob Smallridge, Mark Alderson. Harold Trapp, Phil Yeager. Bob Smallridge, Shane Val. Bob Smallridge, Steve Mead. David Mosby, Whitey Hitchcock. David Mosby, Chuck Fritz. Harold Trapp, Tracy Waddell. David Mosby, Jerry Creasy. Teresa Scott, David Mosby. Harold Trapp, Robert McCamey. Bob Smallridge, Tim Isbell. Steve Emmert, Bob Smallridge.
Vote again. What if nobody changes their mind? We just keep going.
Harold Trapp, Jerry White. Harold Trapp, Rick Meredith. Bob Smallridge, Phil Warfield. Bob Smallridge, Mark Alderson. Phil Yeager, Bob Smallridge. Steve Mead, Bob Smallridge. Bob Smallridge, Tim Isbell. Harold Trapp, Robert McCamey. David Mosby, Jerry Creasy. Harold Trapp, Tracy Waddell. Teresa Scott, David Mosby. David Mosby, Chuck Fritz. Bob Smallridge, Shane Val. David Mosby, Whitey Hitchcock. And Steve Emmert, Bob Smallridge.
That's around again.
This is what, round 4. You gonna bring them up? Huh? Yeah, but they swap the other way.
What is it? Fifth time.
Rick Meredith, Harold Trapp. Bob Smallridge, Jerry White. Bob Smallridge, Phil Yeager. Whitey Hitchcock, David Mosby. Bob Smallridge, Mark Alderson. David Mosby, Chuck Fritz. Shane Val, Bob Smallridge. Harold Trapp, Tracy Waddell. David Mosby, Jerry Creasy. David Mosby, Teresa Scott. Harold Trapp, Robert McCamey. Bob Smallridge, Tim Isbell. Steve Emmert, Bob Smallridge. Harold Trapp, Phil Yeager. Bob Smallridge, Steve Mead.
Imagine that.
Phil Warfield, Smallridge. Same, isn't it? Trapp.
Mr. Chairman, I think we've got 4 good candidates, that's why this is taking so long.
Oh, yes, sir.
Good folks running.
Yes, sir. I
Same.
agree.
Good enough to put my name back in?
Last one you got of that?
What was the count?
Same.
7, 4, and 4.
Four.
7 for Small Ridge.
I voted for every one of them so far. I voted for all 4 of them.
All right, let's do it. Teresa Scott, David Mosby. Rick Meredith, Harold Trapp. Jerry White, Harold Trapp. Phil Warfield, Bob Smileridge. Mark Alderson, Bob Smileridge. Steve Meade, Bob Smileridge. Phil Yeager, Bob Smileridge. Steve Emmert, Bob Smileridge. Tim Isbell, Bob Smileridge. Shane Val, Bob Smileridge. David Mosby, Chuck Fritz. Bob Smileridge, Whitey Hitchcock. David Mosby, Jerry Creasy. Tracy Waddell, Harold Trapp. Robert McCamey, Harold Trapp.
That's 8.
8 for Mr. Smileridge, 4 for Mr. Trapp, and 3 for Mr. Mosby.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes, sir. Have a motion and a second. 5-minute recess for the swearing in. After the swearing in? After the swearing in.
I state your name. Robert Smaller. Do solemnly swear that I will perform with fidelity the duties of the office to which I have been appointed and which I am about to assume. I do solemnly swear to support the constitutions of Tennessee and the United States and to faithfully perform the duties of the office of County Commissioner representing the 8th District of Anderson County, Tennessee.
I will.
Congratulations.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess so we can reprogram the board.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Water has to go get it.
Commissioner Meredith Alderson. Hey, Jerry, can you see if they're out there in the hall? Commissioner Alderson. Commissioner Alderson. Commissioners, we need to go back and do another roll call vote since we have a new commissioner now. There you go. You're a pro.
You do the same thing.
Commissioner Scott? Commissioner Scott? 16 present. Okay, the operations report by Chairman Isabel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we get started, I want to commend my co-commissioner, Jerry White. He's the newest chairman of the Budget Committee, and I got to sit in on that committee and watch how he operates. Unfortunately, his is not on TV like Operations of Full Commission, but he does a great job, and I just wanted to commend him.
Agreed.
First, we got Summit Medical Rocky Top upon motion made by Commissioner Alderson, seconded by Commissioner McCamey, and passed forward the resolution in support of behavioral health Rocky Top's application for certificate of need for an inpatient Garville Psychiatric Hospital to be located Rocky Top, Tennessee to full commission with a recommendation for approval. I so move.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Next, we have the Senior Center and Office on Aging. Commissioner McCamey made a motion to approve amendment as submitted and asked the law director to strike in the MOU the commission-based wording about making available for the director and include the money to be given over a period of 26 pay periods. Motion seconded by Commissioner Meade and passed with 1 no vote. And I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. During the Budget Committee meeting, if I may bring this up, during the Budget Committee meeting, we had discussed it at length. Are we going to, are we opening this up now for the
Go right
seniors?
ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Wasn't the original agreement to be that the funding from the events, 10% of that would go towards a bonus or to the pay of the director on a per month basis, not to exceed $1,000 per month? So why is this being changed to $1,000 a month, straight up, per, you know, as part of a salary? I'm asking anybody.
Commissioner Meade. Well, Commissioner Creasy.
Were you finished?
I'm at, yeah, open-ended question.
And we're discussing the MOU.
Yes, sir.
We voted and approved an MOU at last commission meeting. Are we, or should we rescind that before we vote a new MOU? That MOU is in effect, if I'm thinking correctly, because we have approved it. Am I correct in that assumption?
That is my understanding.
So it's in effect now, and it will be in effect until we vote a new MOU, and that's what we're doing tonight. But I'm sort of questioning: are we doing it correctly? That's my first statement.
Okay. Commissioner Meade.
Yeah, as I've pointed out a number of meetings, the commission, if they pass something, with the exception of something that's a loan or an ongoing contract or something that breaking those would be subject to different rules. If it's something that's at the sole discretion of the commission, and we vote to do it another way at the next meeting, then that automatically replaces the one that was done first. Okay. We have the authority to do that. So at the next meeting, we can change, like we couldn't renominate a new commissioner because there's very specific rules about how that has to be done. And once it's done, it's done. Okay. But for something like this that's under the sole discretion of the commission, if we pass a resolution to do it a different way than the most recent action by the commission would take precedence. I believe that is correct, is it not, Mr. Law Director?
You can look at this a couple different ways. When I did the draft of the new version, I thought of it as an amendment to the version that was passed last month. If you feel more comfortable having a rescission vote, that's totally up to this body if you want to, but Mr. Meade, Commissioner Meade is correct. The more contemporaneous approval controls. What you need to be careful here is that you don't bifurcate the two and you rescind that MOU, and also the motion to give the director the $1,000 a month pay raise fails. At that point, I don't know if you're accomplishing anything for the director. She'll be at the same salary of $33,000. So they kind of go hand in hand. The amendment to the MOU, which is, we're talking specifically about section C10 that gave the 10% commission, and Jerry, you did a very good job of explaining that, along with this motion to give her $1,000 straight up increase in the salary divided on 26 paychecks a year. Either way would work.
Mr. McCamey's motion was to amend.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mansfield.
Yeah, the law director was actually responding to my question, so I consider that I still should be.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Another example of how this is done all the time is with the budget. We pass a budget, we got a budget, in another meeting, we amend the budget, we amend the budget, we amend the budget. And this, I see this as being the same thing. Just
And I agree. That, the word amend, I didn't catch it until he mentioned it. Yeah, amend, we can amend, that's correct, yeah.
Commissioner Hitchcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, before I vote, I'd want to see the whole arrangement in writing so that I can digest exactly what it is. Otherwise, I'd just vote no and wait for it to come out. But for discussion, I think it's important, and I thought about this after we left before, to differentiate between salary and total compensation, because there's a difference between the two. And sometimes salary is used for making decisions. A good example of that is there was a pay raise for the school system that was 1% of the salaries. Director of schools only got it on your salary. You didn't get it on your other compensation, which they call a supplement. Okay. And I'm not sure how we're treating this. And is it going to be subject to withholding, especially payroll taxes, so that it affects the Social Security? Would she get a 1099 on that other, be treated as an individual contractor, or is it going to be part of her employment and it's added to it like a teacher would on an extended contract? So with Butch Jones, if they buy him out, it's going to be based on his base salary. That's why they have these $300,000 salaries on $4 million deals. And so I think it's important to have all that stuff cleared, how we're going to treat this two kinds of total compensation. It's not clear right now. So I just want y'all to think about that. So that's my contribution.
Okay, go ahead.
The two amendments that are in there, Dr. Hitchcock, one is a budget amendment, and it's drawing those funds from her reserves. The commission process is going to be a very complicated process from an audit standpoint, and so we opted to do it. Actually, she has an opportunity to earn $1,000 less than she would under the commission scenario. So her increase in the salary is $11,000, but the total budget amendment is from the reserves. It's an amendment at, I think it's at the end of your packet, isn't it, Natalie?
Number 33.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
I've got that. And at the budget meeting, a lot of other commissioners weren't there. I used the word track record, that there wasn't a track record, and that's not a track record on getting donations, which it turned into a discussion of. It's the events, because that is where the compensation's coming from. Now, if we change it and say draw it from a reserve, we're still paying in advance. And I doubt in a court you're going to find many awards for money that might have been earned. Now, that does loss of earning capacity in physical injury, personal injury cases and things of that nature. But here, in terms of compensation in a business, I doubt it would be that, well, I'm sure you would have gotten a bonus next year, so we're going to go ahead and pay you now. I don't think that's the way to do business. I don't begrudge getting that money. I think it ought to be at the end of the year, then up front, and it ought to be based on what events are actually held, not changing all of a sudden to reserves for money that was donated. Those are two different things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hitchcock. Commissioner McCamey.
Okay, the motion as presented was to approve the budget amendment as presented to the committee and ask the law director to strike in the MOU the commission-based wording, making that available for the director to include the money be given over a period of 26 pay periods. So basically what we're doing is raising her salary from 33 to 45 and not basing it on commission. I don't think there's another county employee in any department that works on commission. You know, I mean, I don't know why we would even ask that. That was a way of possibly getting a raise, but this has been batted around now for over 4 months. We started talking about this during the budget process and actually submitted it during the budget process, and it was referred and deferred and referred and deferred, and now we're back at it again. I don't think the $45,000 salary is one bit out of line when you compare it to other directors and what they do in this county, and that's why I made the motion to go ahead and approve the amendment as submitted, because the funds are there, and we do this all the time. We increase revenues, increase expenditures. Every department that comes up, that's the way the budget amendments most of the time are made. Is that not correct, Ms. Erb? That they increase revenues and then increase their expenditure. And that's basically what we're doing here. We've got $15,000, $16,000 in reserve. We're just asking to increase the revenue and increase the expenditure. Yeah, and that'll do away. If we do the first part, then we do the second part of striking that part of the MOU. If we don't do the first part, then we don't really want to do strike the part out of the MOU. But this does away with the MOU, and nobody works on the commission now.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Isbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually had the opportunity to sit on the budget cycle and listen to the discussions there on this issue. And then Commissioner McCamey brought it to Operations Committee and used a different approach. And one of the statements I made is I didn't want to get a contingent thing between Operations and Budget Committee because it's presented maybe two different ways. You know, if you take it to one committee and you think maybe I should have presented a different way, then you try a different opportunity. I think that's where we're at. But what this boils down to is that the board recommended, her board, and just like everybody here knows, I support every committee that we have and every board, because those are the ones, or we are, that does the due diligence. Their board recommends the raise. That money is being used from donations that went back into the general fund, the way I understand it, and it's not in the taxpayer money. And when a discussion come up what they're going to do next year, well, that's up to her when they do their budget. The mayor and Cherie, when they do their budget, if the money's not there, will she cut her salary or will she cut somewhere else? So that's basically it in a nutshell, is the way I understand it. But that's why that I support it, is because her board was unanimous in asking for that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Did the money go into the general fund or into a code?
What money go into?
I guess the donation money?
The donation money.
It's in a restricted reserve.
A restricted reserve.
In
Okay.
the general.
In the general. Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify that. Commissioner Warfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we speculate that they will get the donations again. My question is, what if it don't? If we raise, and now I agree that her salary needs to be raised. What that raise is, I can't really say 100% right now, but I can't sit here and say that I'm going to vote yes on this because I don't know what's going to happen 1 year down the road. What if the donations don't come in? if we make this a true salary, we've got to pay it. No, it doesn't make any difference if you get 10,000 in. No, well then, what am I looking at wrong? I mean, I see you two guys saying no, but I mean, what it's being based on? What I hear the mayor and what I hear other people, we're getting these donations in, and this is what we're basing this on. And what I heard in the conversation was that we're basing this on projected what we've got in there now, but what we're going to have next year too. What if those monies are not there? Can you tell me? You can't. God is the only one that can actually say, yes, they're going to get 15,000 or 20,000. If they do, that's fine. That's great. Again, I'm for her, but to say we're going to increase that salary, we're saying here, no matter what collections that they get in, we've got to pay it. So if I'm wrong, then we talked about two different things. Originally, we talked about there's monies in from donations that's been put in. We're going to get future donations. So if I'm wrong on that, somebody tell me where I'm looking at this wrong.
Commissioner Val.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of go along with Commissioner Warfield's comments. I want to apologize to this board because I think I've been confused on this the entire time. So to make sure I understand it, it started off, we were looking for a building. We were looking at vacant land. We were trying to find a more suitable building for the center. We found one, but it was a lot of money. And my constituents in the 4th District would ask me, why did you spend so much money on that building? And I said, well, you got to understand, they're also going to be able to generate revenue with this. And that was my selling point that stuck out in my head during our discussions on this. And that's what made me think this was a win for everybody involved, the county as a whole, the senior citizens, Cherie, everybody. That was the main reason I voted to do this. And if you'll remember the debate during the Memorandum of Understanding, this section that we're talking about, I even made that point. I said, we told Cherie that this was, they've done what we asked them to do. They put this in there so that they could generate the funds. And now I'm hearing, well, no, that's not the right way to handle it. You know, is there a difference between the $16,000 that we had in donations versus the money that we're going to be generating from events? We're looking at that as two separate things, not a donation here and an event fee over here. So now we're going off in 3 or 4 different directions. I'm getting confused, and I think a lot of people are getting confused on this. And I think that's why we're having so much debate and going from committee to committee. The question I have tonight is the money that you're talking about to increase her salary is not coming from money generated from events that they would be having. This is money that came from donations that they already had. Okay, and we're hoping that they're going to get close to that next year. Not in the events, but in the donations. And if so, then everything's great. If not, then it's time to get out the scissors and start cutting.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
The thing about this next year, you know, we never asked that about Jeff Cole's office. What if he don't sell enough license plates next year? He's going to have to cut his budget, you know. Trustee's office, Register of Deeds office. What if they don't generate the money that they have projected? And they come in all during the year when they need something. Tim Shelton's here at the last Budget Committee meeting. Wanted to increase his revenues and increase an expenditure. He needed $5,000. He said, I'm going to bring in another $5,000, so go ahead. And we did that. You know, there's no guarantee that any department's going to meet what they say, you know.
Yes, sir, I understand that. My question was, we bought a $615,000 building for them, thinking, my thought anyway, was that they were going to be able to generate their own funds to pretty much do what they wanted to do.
They will. We've already had one event that I think generated close to $3,800. That money goes into the senior center for more senior programs.
But not for salaries.
Not for salaries. I mean, you know, all of the revenue, when we submit a budget next year, we'll explain how much revenues we anticipate we're gonna bring in, the events, donations, you know, Lord help somebody win the lottery and want to donate enough to pay the building off, you know, whatever. But, that's the way all the budgets are formulated in the beginning of the budget year. And this was brought up during the budget year. We asked for it then, and it was deferred until after the election, after the, adoption of the budget. So, you know, that's why we're still talking about it today. And, you know, the timing, I'm sorry, it was delayed, by this commission. We're the ones that delayed it by deferring it and referring it back to this committee and back to that committee. That's why the delay. So it's, you know, but it's in any department that we look at, we are based on expected revenues. School department, when they come in July, they have no idea what the state's going to give them, but they go ahead and submit a budget on what they anticipate.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner McCain. I'm gonna let Commissioner Yeager speak since he hadn't spoke yet. So.
That was essentially my answer to Commissioner Warfield's question. He may not be satisfied with, but in my view, every budget year is different, and if the money isn't there, then cuts have to be made, and that's the way I'm looking at it myself. That if 2017 to 18 is not as successful as the past, then she will not have that available to her budget. That's my understanding. That's probably true.
Go ahead.
I don't have that much to cut.
So you done?
I'm done.
Commissioner Meade.
Yeah, first of all, we're the one that would cut her salary. We're the ones that approved the budget, okay? The other thing I think is important to note is that none of the money used for this lady's salary comes from taxpayer money from Anderson County. Okay, all the money comes from federal sources that she has to make sure we run that program such that we qualify for the federal funds, okay? We get money from the state. Most of the money for that program is federal and state funds that are given out specifically to support programs for the seniors and things like senior centers. Okay, so it's important to understand that. And if we already have the money to pay her for this year, it's already been donated, it's already in a reserved account. Okay, it's not part of the undesignated reserve. Okay, it's in a reserved, or what's the right name? Because I'm using the right word.
It's in a reserve. It's committed.
Yeah, it's a committed fund that's committed specifically for her salary. And I don't think it can. I don't know if it's even used for anything else. Isn't she the only employee on that line item?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's not very hard to figure it out. If we went to the program where it was all being done as commissions on whatever happened, the paperwork starts to become pretty burdensome. Because all of a sudden, whatever it is, then it has to be done, it has to be taxed, and I think it has to be 1099, it has to be done separately and accounted for, and it starts to get pretty complicated. And I've worked in organizations that paid commissions, and paying commissions, you better have a big computer if you start getting a bunch of people. In this case, it's only one person right now. It could be more people later, depending how big the job at the senior center gets. But I just think if we tried to go to the commission route, we'd be different than everybody else in the county government. And we'd have something that is not very hard, is very difficult to administer. So I think just if you're going to increase somebody's pay, you increase the pay with the understanding, just like everybody in county government, our pay could be cut next year. Now, I've been advocating we go on minimum wage so we could double our pay. But I just think we don't want to make this too complicated. And this gal's, the scope of her job is twice at least what it was when she took her first job. And now we've got this bigger senior center, we're doing all these events. I think she now averages 60 hours a week. And of course, because of the kind of job she has, she doesn't get overtime. That's all just free service. I think it's time that for that kind of effort, she gets paid a salary that's better than what it was. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the Budget Committee meeting, one of the comments that I made and/or asked to Cherie was, how many hours a week are you working? And the response came back 55 to 60. More power to you. However, when we talked about getting a larger senior center, a larger facility, and especially the location that they've been granted, one of the comments was, I'll be able to get some help. It wasn't, I'm going to get a bigger paycheck. I'm going to work more hours. My complaint has been, if she's working 60 hours a week, 60 hours a week, at what point are you going to stop and say, you need to tone it down a little bit? We don't want you to get sick. We don't want you to have a stroke. God forbid she has a heart attack. What are you going to do? You're going to have that many employees being able to do the job. 60 hours a week is not reasonable. Get the woman some help, period. And let her work a reasonable amount of hours.
Thank you. Commissioner Isbell. Oh, you ought to say something.
I didn't push my button. I can just stand.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Meredith.
I yield to the mayor.
Mayor?
I just wanted to reiterate Commissioner Mead's point about her workload. And one of the things left out in this is the context, and Dr. Hitchcock actually asked this in Budget Committee, which is, let's do a review of other people in government. There are people who are working 40 hours in clerical, some being called deputy positions, who are making more than she does as a director of 2 programs. And so when, as I explained in operations, and we talked about this quite in depth, when we're looking at the other department heads, it's very important that we look at that workload, we pay something equivalent, and we have one of our attorneys here who's probably represented us in discrimination cases before. That is an important issue that we as management, and you as a participant in that, need to look at. And Cherie is the lowest paid director, and this is a way to get a salary adjustment. It is an adjustment. It was duly brought and pushed forward into the future. We're not here tonight to try to step outside of the process. The request was made, let us just get the budget passed and then we'll look at it. As we said in operations, if she does not have that money, and I'm certain she will, she's very active. She has an active group of volunteers. She has provided a report. Cherie, how much did you generate in revenue last year with the van and the food and all of that? $567,000. Those are benefits to the seniors. That's not a benefit to Cherie or to me. That is to the seniors in this community. So I feel confident, just like the other departments, we try to set realistic revenue expectations. In your budget packet tonight, we worked on a budget amendment for anticipated revenues, gross revenues for the events. I know that she has one for $8,000. She's got one for $3,000. She's willing to work extra in order to build up that reserve account. And then, yes, Commissioner Scott, we will need some help. Her job is to do the senior programs. It's not to be an event coordinator. But I think we need to build that reserve up. But again, this is, I feel confident that the funds are there. And if she does not have the funds, then I will be the first to step forward and say she needs to make some cuts.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Meredith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification that came up in Budget Committee. One of the questions to Natalie. Can you take donation money, I can't remember exactly how you worded, and convert it to the salary and still do withholding?
Yes, all counties do.
Is that true, Natalie?
I'm not aware of a reason why you couldn't.
Okay, I could not remember what you said. So with that said, I can support this as long as the revenue is there. However, I want to remind the commissioners of what we did during the budget process. The rank and file
got no raise. I have talked to numerous ones in the courthouse that feel like that's unfair. That's not that they're against her or they're against the seniors. So I plan to support this. I want every one of you all to know that. But I will be bringing to Budget Committee a raise for our county employees. I feel like it needs to be addressed. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I can support this, but as my chair sits next to me as the budget chair, we'll be talking about it in September, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Is that it? Okay. Motion's on the floor to approve. Could you read that again, please, sir?
The motion is to approve amendment as submitted and ask the law director to strike in the MOU the commission-based wording about making that available for the director and to include the money to be given over a period of 26 pay periods.
Everyone clear? Let's go to the board and vote on that, please.
It doesn't say that specifically, but that is what
That's
in the
fine.
amendment
That's what
it
I want
does.
to know.
Commissioner Warfield? Okay, 11 yes, 4 no. Who abstained? Dr. Smallridge. Okay, motion passes. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
One item here, where speaking of reserve, that motion did not contain a monetary figure. We're gonna have to get that straightened out when this comes back up in budget.
Okay.
Did not contain that, I believe it's 12,000. I heard the mayor say 11. But that's gonna have to be straightened out when we get to that budget amendment.
Yeah, it was 11,000 something.
She's the one that presented the amendment.
I think I presented the amendment at operations.
At operations
as
it
well.
was,
And
yes.
Natalie has it also in her,
Yeah,
because I
that-
gave her the copy.
That's not in the motion, though.
Right.
Well, it says to approve the amendment as presented, and what was presented
Was
was.
that in
Yes,
your
sir.
motion?
Yes,
Yes,
to
sir.
make it 45,000, the salary 45,000.
Well, I think as a clarification, we need 30 approved as well, because that delineates the debit and the credit.
Can we take this up under the budget committee and get it straightened out
Yes,
for
sir.
her?
I think it's important to point out that it's not in our minutes. That's on our computer, so that's why
Yeah.
we're lost.
The amendment itself did have the amounts to increase revenue and increase expenditure.
11,000 something, then with benefits 14,000 something. Okay, thank you.
Upon motion made by Commissioner McCamey, seconded by Commissioner Creasy, and passed forward the amendment to the personnel policy to full commission with a recommendation for approval. I so move.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Upon motion made by Commissioner Wandell, seconded by Commissioner Meade, and passed forward Resolution 17-08-646 in support of legislative change to allocation of oil and gas severances taxes to full commission for approval, and I so move.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Upon motion made by Commissioner Alderson, seconded by Commissioner Creasy, passed forward full commission for approval to give property back to the city of Olive Springs, I so move.
Can I speak on that?
Yes, sir. Have a motion and a second.
I don't believe Oliver Springs is going to take this property. From what I understand from a phone call I got, I asked for something in writing. Supposedly the mayor is supposed to be sending that to me, at least in an email form. They want the county to take it back, and I guess if, with your desire, we can surplus that and sell it. But I don't think they want any part of it. So this motion may be void on its face. But, yes, sir.
So to defer to operations in 30 days? Okay, have a motion? Okay, Mayor?
What I did tell operations, this was not a vote of city council. This was only, that's what I did advise they were looking at this as a possibility. And so my job was to come to you all and say, would you want it?
Right.
I did that with the schools. They
Okay.
didn't want it. And then what would we do? So it's all contingent upon if that's what their council wants to do.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
That was, Mr. Chairman, that was the intent of my motion, was to let the city know that
right.
we could strike that reverter clause that allowed it to come back to the county should they not decide to use it for a community center, and they could go ahead and dispose of it as surplus property from the city.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
they know that now, and if they vote to do that, you know,
All right.
we'll know by operations committee meeting again.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Upon motion made by Commissioner Alderson, seconded by Commissioner Wandell, and passed forward to full commission for approval in support of the Brownsville Volunteer Fire Department pursuant to CDBG grant application, I so move.
Motion second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
The last thing is Finance Committee resolution upon motion made by Commissioner Meade, seconded by Commissioner Emmett, passed forward to full commission to adopt a language in TCA 5-21-104, Part B-1 and 2. I so move.
Motion second. Commissioner Fritz.
I don't know what this is coming from and why we're wanting to do this, but back in January of 2016 and February 2016, and then back in June of that same year, we passed a resolution. Matter of fact, the resolution 160601. If I'm not mistaken, we'd have to rescind the resolution and then redo the resolution and change it, where we state that 4 county commissioners would have to serve on that committee. Matter of fact, we are different than what the state says. We can be different than what the state says. If we adopt this right here and rescind and change our resolution and modify what the state says and go back different, then we're saying that we're going to give up our positions as county commissioners and let people outside the county commission take our positions on these committees. Do we want to allow non-commissioners take our positions? And which we have a resolution all in place that says county commissioners serves on these committees. Commissioner Meade at one time served on this committee temporarily, and I know Commissioner Yeager attends these committees every single month, and I don't know what his background is, but I understand he's got a strong background in this area. So these 2 commissioners right there are more than qualified to fill a vacancy that was taken when Commissioner Wansky took the trustee position. So why would we want to give up positions that could be held by a county commissioner? That there are 15 other commissioners on this commission that are extremely qualified to fill any committee position held by a county commissioner. And while this does is open it up so a non-commissioner can serve. Why would we want to do that? So I hope that we would not take any action on that and stay with the resolution we have in place and keep a county commissioner in a county commissioner position.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Meade.
Tennessee code that specifically applies to this committee states that the commission shall select 4 people to be on that committee. And then it goes on in the next sentence to say, the members of this committee do not have to be members of the county commission. When we first adopted it, we were trying to get the 81 Act into place. We wanted to move quickly. We knew each other. We put 4 commissioners on that committee, and that in fact does follow the state law, because we just can't do something outside the state law. All I've recommended in this particular move is just to enact what the law actually says in its entirety. This would again be an amendment to something we already have in place. You don't have to rescind the previous documents. We just amend it, just like we did other things earlier. I think that the commission, we got some smart people on commission. I don't debate that at all, okay? But what I do think is we have other citizens in this county that might be extremely well suited to that kind of thing. They might be very experienced government service, CPAs or something, and we might do, I would like to have the commission have the authority to select a person like that if one is available. I think it's a little presumptuous to think that the only people that could qualify to do a good job on a finance committee is a commissioner. Now, this may sound a little strange for a person that's found himself in political life, but politicians, one thing they have to be good at is winning elections. As long as they can win elections, they can be on a commission. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're good. They're really good at everything. They're good at running campaigns. They're a likable person. They're charismatic. That's all well and good. But not everybody has, degrees and master's degrees and all that kind of stuff. But there's some people out there in the public that are master's and PhD level people with lots of years of experience that could do very well on a finance committee. I think it brings in some fresh perspective. Somebody that comes out of the corporate world can say, I'll have to research that because, we wouldn't do it we wouldn't necessarily do it this way in the companies I worked in. And I think it's a good idea to have some fresh air and have some people coming through those committees because they get reappointed on a regular basis. It isn't something you get on that committee and you stay there for life. So I think the commission needs to have the authority, and therefore it requires a change in the way this particular document is worded. And I think adopting the wording right out of the state law is a real good way to make sure we're in compliance with state law and the intent of the state law.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure I'm correct on this, Commissioner Meade, please correct me, but the motion is to amend that resolution Commissioner Fritz spoke about to mirror state law.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
To adopt the language in TCA 5.
We are in compliance right now, are we not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
This motion would amend that motion you referenced, sir.
But the big thing I want to make sure the commission understands, by us saying 4 commissioners, we are not out of
Okay. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. From what Commissioner Meade said, I have to back that idea. Just because I attend meetings or go to some of the boards and commission meetings just to be an audience participant doesn't mean that I want to be sitting on the board or in that committee. I could be there just because I want to learn a bit, or maybe just do a little bit of research. So I think it's appropriate to open it to others if they have an interest. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Motion is to adopt the language of TCA 5-21-104 Part B 1 and 2. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
2 noes. Motion passes.
That concludes the Operations Committee report. Thank you.
Okay. Director of Schools, Dr. Parrott.
Mr. Chairman Emmert, it's a pleasure to be here again tonight. I won't take a lot of your time, but the first thing I will tell you is that my new grandson was born this morning in Oak Ridge Hospital at 8 o'clock. Carter Nolan. My name's Timothy Nolan, so that makes me a little bit more proud. So everybody's doing well. But anyway, we've had a great start to school this year. We have our attendance is pretty close. We're within about 15 students right now where we ended the school year at. Our kindergarten still, if you see what happens over a trend of about 6 years, once the economy went down, we lost about 50 students a year in our kindergarten, and we've still not came back from that. We're about 385 in kindergarten. We used to be about 425. But I am excited about when I go through the neighborhoods to see a lot of construction right now, house construction. So I'm hoping that will come back. We have already started the one-to-one computers at our high schools. They gave out for freshmen here at Anderson County a couple of days ago. I believe tomorrow we're going to do Clinton High School. We're on track. Once we have the closeout and the rollover, we will have enough funds to complete the one-to-one at the high school, and we will be on our way. That was a total of about $950,000, so we're about $250,000 away from that, but we truly believe the revenues are there, and we're going to take care of that.
What about the seniors getting their?
Yes, once the rollover's complete and we order those other computers, we will have it all through Kate. We'll have 6 through 12.
Okay.
Yes. Sure is. It was a little easier to get the ninth graders out, because what we did last year, because we didn't have the computers till about Christmas, we did not charge the insurance fee again this year. So that any 8th grader that paid last year didn't have to pay again this year. So they're working on those. The middle schools are working on getting those out. So we're excited about that. We are really excited about what happened with our teacher supply depot. Thank you. It was amazing to see. We had over 128 teachers go through, and with the supplies and everything that we were giving out, it was right at about $35,000 worth of stuff, and that didn't come from the school. It came from people giving funds. We've still got a lot of people that are giving. We're going to do another one in October. So when you're out at the Targets and the Walmart and you see stuff on sale, just buy it and bring it to my office, and we'll make sure it gets out. Okay. We are excited. In about 2 weeks, we will do the coupon books in Anderson County for Oak Ridge City Schools, for Clinton City, for Anderson County Schools, and for Campbell County. We projected if what the schools have asked for, in about 2 weeks, we'll bring in almost $100,000 for our schools. And every penny of that money stays at the schools. The central office doesn't get any for it. There's about $2.50 that is used to make sure all the projections and all the stuff that gets in it. There's a lot of good coupons in there, so you need to make sure you get those. The other thing, we are working on our, like I said, Mr. Woodward's working hard on our closeout. We're going to have a very good closeout this year. We hope to have a projection to do about $500,000 in capital improvements next year, which will help us to where we don't have to come back and borrow money to do things that need to be done for maintenance. We are having our fall retreat this week with our board. We do our fall retreat in county. It will be at the Museum of Appalachian this year, so we're doing it Friday and Saturday, and we'll do the State of the State for our schools that day. And on another thing, both of our football teams won, so they're all undefeated right now. So, yep, all three. Yes, all three. We'll put Oak Ridge in that too now. So it's and I'll take any questions.
Any questions?
I've got one.
Yes, sir.
Any prediction on the Anderson County Clinton High School Dragons?
Listen. I can probably predict the next eclipse a little easier than that. I am a house divided. As you know, I'm a Clinton High graduate. My son played football at Anderson County, so I've still not got that T-shirt that has both of them on. So on that day, I'll have whoever's the home team, I wear the shirt, and whoever the way, I wear the hat. So
Freddie's got one of those shirts.
Does Freddie have one? I may have to borrow his.
Mavericks on the back, Dragons
yes.
on the front.
Just another note on that, the new complex at Clinton High School, if you've not been by to look at that, it is really coming on. They were supposed to start putting the turf down today, but I want to thank publicly Joe Hollingsworth Jr. for that. You know, he has really took on that project. We've not really, and truly, there's not been a penny of any money spent on it, but Clinton High School and them, they've raised about $700,000 towards that, and they've made a request for some of that money, and we'll be giving that money. And that doesn't happen without the commitment that you all gave almost 2 years ago, and we wanted to make sure that it's used for good things.
So the commission knows that facility. If you've not seen it, it's impressive. It's
yes.
impressive for a pro league. It's a very nice facility.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Dr. Parrott, I have to make it known. When the Teacher Supply Depot, before they got to open the doors that morning, in the end of August, for the teachers to go in and do their shopping and be able to get their supplies, I reminded them that I was the one that sat up on commission and said, no, you're not getting a pay raise unless all the other employees get a pay raise. And it can be spread out evenly, that if the teachers need something, all of the teachers are going to get something. And I stood there and said, and you can take your buckets and fill them up, and everything is free. Keep your money in your pocket and take things off the shelf with your hands. It's free. It's free. It's free. That felt good. That felt really, really good. And I was happy to see so many teachers. There were comments that were being made like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. This stuff is for free. And I say, yep, let me help you. Load up your cart. And it was great. It was just really, really great. With regards to those coupon books, everybody needs to go out and buy the coupon books. It's going back to the school system directly. And thank you for all your hard work. It's proven to have worked.
And I think that's the thing, is trying to keep the funds in the school to the teacher, because we know my job is to support the teachers. Every person at central office, every person that is outside of that classroom is to support those teachers. The more we can support our teachers, the more our students get supported. And it goes right back to every student every day.
Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Perry, flu shots, what's that
We will
looking
be doing flu shots again this year. Yes, they are free. They've already been ordered. And I think that it's going to be sometime in October. I'm not sure before fall break or after fall break, but yes,
Thank you.
we are on plan for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Thank you, Dr. Parrott.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. All right. Commissioner Yeager.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to, we neglected to add something to the agenda, and I'd like to amend that now. Law Director requested to speak on a matter, and I'd like to put him actually next, if possible.
Next. Right. Old business.
You didn't?
I've got a report coming up.
On old business.
You talking about the executive session?
Yeah, you want to do that under old business then?
You might want to make that towards the end of the meeting.
All right.
So no one has to
Let me add that to old business then.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Old business.
Old business.
County Mayor.
Good evening, Commissioners. I only have one action item other than the item that Commissioner Warfield did put on the agenda. The appointments to the Conservation Board were submitted to you.
Commission. Okay, motion to approve. Have a second? Motion and a second. Did you want to say that?
I was going to make a motion as well. You got me.
Motion to approve. Okay. Any discussion?
Do we still have a legal matter? We do? Yes, sir. Okay.
Commissioner Warfield.
At the last meeting, there were some statements that were made, and I kept my mouth shut and didn't follow through on clarifying some things. The situation with the Conservation Board, it is political. It is personal. If you remember, I was the one that made the motion to take the Blockhouse Fellow landfill out of the mayor's control and put it in Jay Yeager's hand. The reason that I made that motion is that on the mayor's desk when she was elected, according to Arcadis.
Mr. Chairman, the Robert's Rules of Order do not allow another member to judge the motives or intent of an action of another member. That is basic 101 Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you. Continue.
Well, the reason I say this is that the mayor was the one that brought this up. This is not a political situation, and I'm saying that it is, and let me tell you why. If you remember,
Again, I'm asking for a ruling on the Robert's Rule of Order.
allowing him to
You
speak.
cannot allow another member to judge the motives or intentions. He is speaking as if he knows my
Okay,
mind.
He was referring to reframe what
Okay.
how you
Okay.
reword it?
I can rephrase this.
Okay.
If you remember, County Commission voted some time ago that when the Blockhouse Valley landfill come out of remediation, that the Conservation Board was in charge of the Blockhouse Valley landfill. There was people that were asked, it appears, by what Commissioner Fritz said, he was asked to be on the Conservation Board. So I think that I was right in what I said the first time. I think the Conservation Board has done, and according to what Commissioner Wandale said, doing a better job than whenever he was there. It's not just me. It's a conglomeration of those people that are working hard. It's a conglomeration of Terry Brown, who applied, and his resume is impeccable. Super resume. He put his own money into the Conservation Board as far as the park out there in his district. I did the same thing too on Anderson County Park. It just seems kind of a funny, maybe it's coincidence, I don't know. It seems kind of a strange thing is that when we change and put Jay Yeager in charge, all this kind of came about. Again, maybe coincidence. But the gentleman that spoke at the very first of the meeting eloquently stated, and I agree with him. However, I think I have to look at the motives. I have to look at the intentions of this. And I just, to me, and I'll say it, something smells fishy.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, I would like to respond, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Meade.
Yeah, in regard to the man that made the statements regarding this at the beginning of the meeting, at the very beginning of his statement, he talked about the fact that the mayor has the authority to make nominations, and the commission has the authority to approve or not. Okay, that is exactly the authority that we used in that last meeting. And for him to say that we did something illegal is simply misleading, because we did exactly what the law said. The commission on a number of these committees has the final authority as whether or not people go on those, and we do that based upon what we think is the best interest of the county, not necessarily because we know or don't know somebody. We make it because we believe it is in the best interest of the county. I think it's critical that we have that authority because it ensures that the county stays on track doing the things which are the best for the county. And that's what the state constitution intended, and that's what the Tennessee Code Annotated tries to support. And Tennessee Code Annotated makes it very clear. The mayor can nominate people, but the county commission has the final say of who goes on these boards. Tennessee Code Annotated also says that people stay on a board until they've been lawfully replaced. So whatever board is in place stays in place until they've been lawfully approved, and that means the county commission is voted by a majority vote for those people to join it. Thank you.
Commissioner Creasy.
Yeah, and I'd like to kind of reemphasize similar statement I made last commission meeting when this come up. And getting to Mr. Crank's comments, he was very eloquent in the way he spoke, very polite and very intelligent, and I agree with just about everything he said. But this situation, the termination of some of the board members, I disagree with, and I spoke last time to the mayor. I addressed her at the last commission meeting, where I preferred that she wait until those participants' terms had expired, or those members had expired. And that's the reason I voted no, and that's the reason I'll vote no tonight unless they have expired. If they haven't, then I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, thank you.
There-
Commissioner
There
Hitchcock.
are two that have expired, Commissioner Creasy.
I don't believe there's a motion on the floor at the present time, is there, Mr. Chair?
To approve the three, approve the three that's on this list right
Who
here.
made the motion?
Commissioner McCamey, who's second? Jerry White.
I move to amend the motion. Take them individually. Reverse order. Starting with Ms. Dixon, Commissioner Fritz, and Mr. Rose.
Have a motion, do I have a second to that?
Second for discussion.
Second. Have a motion and second. You want to discuss it?
I did that in case somebody else did.
Okay. Commissioner Wandale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a couple of things. I just want to get Jay. So is it true that the TCA code that Commissioner Meade referenced, the members that are currently serving on the Conservation Board are still members until we decide to change it?
That's the default position. They continue to serve until somebody is reappointed. I think that may or may not be relevant in this equation because some of these people have not had their term expire.
Those are the ones they reconfirmed last month.
Okay.
So there are two
Vacancies. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I'm gonna vote tonight for two individuals. And I'm gonna do it because of Mr. Crank. I'm gonna go along with his, as been said, eloquent statements and the way he spoke so politely. And I'm just hopeful that he'll take the same courtesy and do me a favor and check out other areas of our county government that might not be running in legal aspects. And I'll specifically say the zoning office. You know, it's always ironic to me, people come in and they got a specific item they want to stand up for, but they don't normally get involved with how is the Conservation Board running? Is it working? Seems to me it is. Mr. Chairman, our mayor seems to spend a lot of time on this Conservation Board appointments, but very little time on the zoning. It's okay to spend $30,000 to $60,000 outsource zoning inspections, and I apologize, I may be using the wrong terms, and I'm sure I'll be corrected on that, and I'll be happy to be corrected, but why is it we spend so much time and effort on appointing people because the mayor had somebody point out to her by TCA code law she has the right to appoint these positions? And at every meeting, Mr. Chairman, we are being presented candidates after candidates after candidates. And I just want the folks at home to know in this county, and I can't say it any more clear, doesn't mean I'm right, but this Conservation Board is the best board I've ever seen since Commissioner Hitchcock. I took it over from him. We transferred it over to Mr. Warfield. I've seen no issues, none. And when there has been an issue, it's been addressed. It's been fixed. That's what government's supposed to do, in my mind. So I tell you, I'm going to vote for two people tonight, and it's really for Mr. Dale Crank. And I challenge Mr. Crank to do a little more investigation in the zoning side. And I'd like to see him back at that podium next meeting telling me what he learned about the zoning office and how it's running legally. And I can't wait to see him there and tell me what we've done wrong on the zoning side, because it's been that way since 2012. So, Mr. Chairman,
Hold on.
I haven't used the mayor's name. I've been respectful. I haven't made any innuendos. I'm speaking facts. Hard to deal with the facts. I know she has trouble with it. So, I'm going to vote for two of the people, and I'm going to move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, let's vote on the amendment to.
I actually asked to speak, please.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
First of all, to Commissioner Warfield's issue, that is not correct. Actually, with regard to Blockhouse Valley, that frees up a huge amount of time. For instance, even on the Hunter issue, I'm now able to refer those calls to the law director's office. So that is to make a statement why he believes. I did talk to one of the commissioners afterwards, after last meeting, and explained my decisions, which I'm happy to do to anyone who asks me. But I'm not going to trash the county up here and tell you why I've made a decision to make a change. Now, the people I've asked to put on there are Christine Dixon, who ran the park and had your favor and did a great job for years. They were Ricky Rose. He has been on that board and made the parks what it is. He's fully qualified. You endorsed his position to serve on the EMS advisory board. And then the other person is your fellow commissioner, Chuck Fritz. So it's offensive for someone to tell me what I think. It is offensive. And I will be happy, I'm not going to fall into it, I will be happy to talk to you about why I've made my decision. With regard to what Commissioner Meade said, Attorney General Opinion, December 14th, 1992, Opinion number U92129. It is all about the authority of the county mayor to make appointments. Unless otherwise provided by general law or a special or private act, the county executive shall appoint members of the county boards and commissions. If I had stepped outside of my authority, you could rest assured that I would be handing it back when it was drawn to my attention. And I'll also point out that this same opinion says, Tennessee follows the common law rule that it is a violation of public policy for an appointing officer to use his or her power of appointment to confer office upon himself or herself. Now, when it was brought to my attention that I was serving on the 911 board, I had the counsel for the state call me and say that I could not be on that board. I immediately said, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know. The same thing on audit committee. The resolution that put the audit committee back in place in the 1970s said that the mayor served. But what I read in state law said that the mayor can't serve, that would be a violation. So I never took my seat at the table, even though the county resolution said I was supposed to be there. Well, it turned out I was right, because the comptroller's office came to me and they said, you're not allowed to sit on there. And I said, look, you can look at the minutes. Here they are. I never sat. I never voted. So, you know, it is not political to be able to do one of the functions of my office. And with regard to the comments that there is something illegal in the zoning office, Mr. Crowley is the target here, and he does not have to be the building inspector to be.
That's speculation. Innuendo.
I am addressing the facts. That is true. That is true.
Let's get to work.
Call on the question.
I don't have, if she's going to stand up here and grandstand, I'm going to go to the house. I want to do business of the county. Let's do business.
I was just charged with operating an illegal office.
You got your A's. What's your problem now?
Easy. Come on now.
The
Call the question.
Building commissioner does not have to be the building inspector. Jay? Does he?
Okay, call the question. Let's go to the board and vote. This is on the amendment.
The only issue with that is, when we voted in 2012, we were told this individual will be qualified within 2 years.
That's exactly right.
No,
and
you
I wrote
were
it
not.
down.
All right,
No, you were
come
not.
on. Call
I'm
the
ready
question.
to vote. We're going to take them one at a time.
This
or
is
we're
on
gonna
the this is on the amendment to go one at a time in reverse order. Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, let's go to the board and vote.
For the amendment,
This is for the amendment to vote on reverse order. Uh, 10 no, motion fails. Okay. 10 yes, motion passes to vote on. I'm sorry. I can't see. Yeah, I can't see the bottom of the. Okay. Okay, so this is the vote on in reverse order. Okay, Miss Christine Dixon, term ending December 2019. Let's go to the board and vote on every one of these. So this is to approve one at a time. To yes is to vote her on, no's to don't vote her on. So. Okay, 7 yes.
8 no.
8 no. How do you see that? 1 abstain. Motion fails. Oh, up there I can see it. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Chuck Fritz, County Commissioner, term ending December 2020. Yes to approve, no not to approve.
I vote yes.
Okay. Oh, where'd it go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 yes.
8 yes.
7 yeses, so motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, motion passes. Motion fails. Okay. Motion fails. Okay. So 2 fails. Mr. Ricky Rose, term expiring December 2021 to fill the vacancy of Karen Lively. Clear the board, please. Go to the board and vote. Is it working? Needed.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, 8 yes, 7 no, 1 abstain. Motion fails. Motion fails. Motion fails. You don't have to abstain. You don't have to abstain. Okay.
The next item on the agenda is the one you added,
Mrs.
and I would
Rule.
refer you, it was for Ms. Rule, and I would refer you to the law director on that one, and perhaps he can provide a legal opinion. Ms. Rule came to me with the very same issues. We sat down with Jay. We have reviewed them. One of the issues that I think is legitimate is Ms. Rule. This is a neighbor dispute. I've been in touch with Chief Lucas about the issue. In fact, when Mr. Crowley took this to the Board of Zoning Appeals, he did not even tell of a previous violation. He let the board review it just with the facts as they were. At that point, at that period in time, I also requested a sheriff's deputy be in attendance at the meeting. I have had both of these neighbors call my office. Both have been in constant contact and communication with the zoning office. When the issue of Ms. Rule's fence came up, Mr. Crowley, despite the protestations of the neighbor, gave her a 6-month extension. During that time, I was contacted, called, emailed from the neighbor. Ms. Rule did come to visit me, and I did speak to her about the issues.
The issues with the shooting of the gun that one of the other citizens raised, those are a concern to me. And I did write her, I did give her the best of my advice. I'm not an attorney. And what I did was encourage her to meet with the District Attorney General and law enforcement. I believe Mr. Yeager has given her the same advice. When there are neighborly disputes like that, and if there is such behavior as she has described and Mr. Roberts has described, it's critical that she know the mayor's office can't handle that. However, you need guidance from the DA, you need guidance from law enforcement, what you need to record, what she needs to be able to get relief from law enforcement. Those are issues that cannot be handled in the zoning office. I've handled similar situations before. I had kind of in the same neighborhood of North Anderson County, a similar type scenario, and I actually met with the DA and was able to get the DA and law enforcement. We all sat around at a table, and the DA came up with a temporary solution. I do believe that Ms. Rule has tried through the court process to get some type of restraining order or some stalking charge. I'm not sure what that was, and was unable to do that in court, which is why it's very important that I think she talked to the DA and law enforcement. On the zoning side of things, she would not have needed a permit if she had not built it over a certain foot. Again, this is a situation where neighbor is complaining against neighbor. His fence is not pretty, as you probably saw by the pictures, and Mr. Crowley is keeping an eye on it as it's kind of wearing down. Once it becomes worn down and unsightly, he will take corrective actions there. But we cannot solve all the problems in the zoning office with a neighbor dispute. The office can't be used that way. But I am happy to appear at operations. As I told Ms. Rule, I've been in contact with Chief Lucas. He's very aware. I think deputies have been out to the property on multiple occasions. I think the issue is, for instance, she showed me where her cameras were shot out, but she did not have the video of anyone actually shooting them. So some of those things are critical to being able to prove her point. So I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any documentation, but again, I know I'm very well aware that David and Danny Phillips have turned this over to Jay, and Jay would be the best person for you all to talk to as commissioners.
Commissioner Warfield.
Mr. Chairman, and I don't know who really asked this, Jay, maybe. Is there a stop work order that is preventing her from continuing her privacy fence in Mr. Crowley's office?
It's a very complicated issue. It's very, very volatile. It's been going on for several months, but you are correct. There is a stop work order on the project. She came in and applied for a fence permit, was given a fence permit by Public Works. Having to refresh my mind as on the go, we had a sit-down meeting a couple months ago with Mr. Crowley and the mayor in his office, but then Mr. Crowley put a stop work order in place on that. He told us during that meeting that he would release that if she obtained engineering, and that's what I believe she was alluding to earlier. She spent the money to get a certified engineer to come out, take a look at the fence. He gave her some recommendations and cleared it with engineering, provided she did these modifications. She's turned that engineering letter into Public Works. I don't know where it stands there. I believe all David needs to do is go over the recommendations that was in the engineering letter, lift that stop work order, let her proceed with that. Now, the mayor has asked me, and is it okay to talk about as far as the other gentleman's fence, it is unsightly, but as far as David knows, it's in compliance, and we don't want to take the word of another engineer or an engineer saying that, look, it's in violation. He has not said that. So when Mr. Crowley determines that it's in violation, I'm sure he'll take action on that, although it's not a very nice structure. It seems like we've got competing very ugly structures up there. But I think the best thing at this point, and I can't tell David what to do, but would be to release that stop work order at that point. Let her go ahead, finish construction on her fence, make sure that she stays in compliance. David can do that. He knows the rules and regs on that, and that she is within that engineering letter, because that's really what says, yeah, it's legal as long as it's constructed this way. If David does that, that'll go a long ways towards fixing Miss Rule's problem. But please understand, this is a lot more complicated than that. We've got law enforcement involved, and I've shared with several of you what's going on there, and it has settled down just a little bit. And Mr. Alan Roberts, he's very well known in that neighborhood, and he's looked up to, and he spoke to you earlier, he's looked up to by the neighbors in that area, and he said put a stop to it, and it pretty much has put a stop to it right now. But the Sheriff's Department is investigating. I can promise you that. The DA knows about it. He's very aware of what's going on up there. They have gone out and processed evidence. They've processed for fingerprints a couple of times. So there is people working on this, and I know the mayor's concerned about it. She's promised within her power to help it out. But I think the next step, if I was Mr. Crowley, and again, I can't tell him what to do, but I would release that stop work order, allow her to build that fence within the engineering boundaries set forth in the letter. Go further and monitor the other neighbor's fence. If it does become non-compliant, then treat him the same way as Ms. Rule's been treated. That always goes the best. But that's where it's at right now. I do know there's an active investigation on it, and they'll continue to be until we can get peace in that neighborhood. And when things rise to the level of gunfire, we've got a problem. And the sheriff knows that, and he's promised me, his officers have, that they'll stay on top of this issue. There has been concentrated patrols. They're doing other things. If you need to talk with me independently, I'll tell you what else they're doing there. But they have tried their best to quell this situation and suppress it. It has worked. I don't believe there's been any problems. Ms. Rule, has there been any problems in the past few weeks?
Not since July 24th.
And that was when Mr. Roberts stepped in?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's been very good. So we've gone here now almost a month without any problems up there, and it seems like it was getting more volatile by the week. But right now, that's my recommendation, and we'll see if Mr. Crowley is willing to lift that stop work order and allow her to proceed. Would that appease you right now, Ms. Rule? Yeah, sure.
Sure.
But let's hold to the remedy. Would that help you right now?
Yeah, I just, it's not about the barn, it's about the fence.
Right now it is.
An engineer that came out and clearly told me from visually inspecting my neighbor's fence that it would not meet the same criteria that I am being held to.
I understand. We'll let Mr. Crowley decide whether or not he wants to enforce the zoning regs on that.
So we'll go back to that. I went into the the Public Works Department, and they've already, Danny Phillips released me from the stop work order.
Okay, so you can start on
So
your
I've been
fence.
working on it.
Okay.
And they've already told me they're not going to do anything about the neighbor's fence. They've already said that. We are not going to do anything.
Who said that?
Danny Phillips, because David Crawley won't call me back. He refuses to return my phone calls.
Okay.
Which is my problem back to the barn issue. He refused to answer questions. He refused to provide me information. He didn't tell me about the Board of Appeals. He refused to return my phone calls.
But right now,
Right now.
you've been released from the stop work order.
Yes.
You can begin to start
Yes.
constructing your fence.
Yes.
It's a start. Meanwhile, I like Mr. Roberts' suggestion. Let's revisit the noise ordinance operations next month. See if we may amend that, and maybe there's some other ideas that will help that neighborhood get some healing.
Commissioner Warfield, you still?
Yeah, it'll take me 30 seconds. Thank you, Jay. I agree with everything you said. I don't know if Commissioner Emmert or Chairman Emmert has been up there, but this fence is a geotextile. Y'all know what geotextile is? It blows in the wind.
It's a kite.
That's not a fence. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Scott. Or Commissioner Creasy, I'm sorry.
No.
No, I was right.
That would be me. Thank you. However, Jay answered my questions, and I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Commissioner Creasy.
Oh, okay.
You're on.
One question I did have, I have built fences in other counties. I haven't built one in Anderson County except the city of Oak Ridge. And I know that the city ordinance for fences, that fence that was on the picture would be in non-compliance with the city ordinance. Is it in compliance with the Anderson County ordinance for fences?
The neighbor's fence,
The one that was black, I'm not sure if it's hers or his.
I think Mr. Crowley has said it is in compliance right now. Now, I do want you to understand something. This county commission back, I want to say 02 or 03, we took, at that point, the term fence out of the definition of structures at that time. Okay, so a fence is no longer a structure in Anderson County. It's not subject to setbacks and things of that nature. If you recall, back in the early 2000s, we had some issues with that. People were being required to have a set-off on their fence. If it was an 8-foot tall fence, they had to get it back 8 foot. So that's why County Commission did that. So a fence is not a structure in Anderson County.
I have a quick question. Oh, you want to hit the button?
But Commissioner Creasy, are you finished?
Well, I wasn't quite finished.
Go right ahead.
If that particular fence is in compliance with our ordinance, I think we ought to revisit that ordinance. I don't think that other counties and cities across this state would ordinances allow a fence like that. And if ours does, I think we ought to.
By the materials, sir? Is that what you're talking about, the materials that it's made out of?
No, the height.
The height? Okay. I understand. If you want to, when we revisit the idea of amending the noise ordinance, we can look at the zoning resolution at the same time.
The city of Knoxville or the Metropolitan Planning Commission there does address the materials for fences
I'll have
as well as height.
some information ready for operations.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Isbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jay, can you tell
Yes,
me
sir.
if these regs has changed since, say, 2007, 2008?
No.
Because I know those by heart, I can guarantee you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Scott.
Okay, sorry. So my question is a result of Commissioner Creasy's discussion. If there's not a regulation on a fence, why does she have to have something to abide by and the neighbor doesn't? I don't understand that.
The way I think from just getting bits of materials from what David said in our conversation and from Danny, I think they're interpreting the International Building Code and not looking, again, they don't have the legacy history here. They've only been, Mr. Crowley's only been here since 2012, and he may not recall some of this stuff or know about it. But I think he's getting some of that confused with International Building Code versus our zoning resolution. And I'll be the first to admit there needs to be some clarity with those two.
Yeah, I just don't
It's very
understand.
hard for him to decipher when he's having to read two different documents.
Right. I'm rather confused as to why she has to have a structural engineer and wood as opposed to a tarp and zip ties.
I understand your concern.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCamey.
Mr. Chairman, I thought we heard the two individuals speak and referred this to operations.
Who's under the mayor's report? No, operations was Mr. Roberts, gun control. Two different. This was coming, only talking about the fence.
Okay, if you would, refer both these issues, the amendment to the zoning resolution and the amendment to the noise ordinance. It's actually a noise resolution, but refer those to operations, and we'll take those up with some ideas I'll bring forward next month.
So moved, Mr.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
That's all I have, other than an update from the State Attorney General, who did write back on the opiate legislation, or the opiate motion that we had passed. And he said his office, that they are leading a coalitions of attorney generals across the country who are conducting comprehensive investigations into the widespread prescribing and use of opioids, including the roles that parties involved in the manufacturing and distribution of opioids may have played in creating or prolonging this epidemic. And then just one final comment. It is political season, but I just want you all to know that my office is an office that receives a heavy load of complaints on a daily basis. And most of those complaints are about other departments or offices or elected officials. And when those occur, I refer them, or I help facilitate a conversation with those departments or other elected officials. I don't encourage people to bring it to commission. I don't encourage those individuals to embarrass another elected official, even if I may be opposed to that elected official. I've had calls about the jail, and when I do, I reach out to Chief Johnson, and Chief Johnson facilitates a solution or finds an answer. The same thing if it's something with the courts or it's an inability to get a document. A lot of times people come at these as if they think this office is doing something against them, and they may not understand the rules, or they may not understand the process, and I see my role as a facilitator. And I just would like to point that out to you all, that I think that's the best way to make the county look better. That's the best way to resolve any misunderstandings that citizens have. And just in this particular situation, in many occasions when individuals have come forward, you have referred it to another body that would govern that. And not so oftentimes when it has something to deal with my office. So I just would like to point that out. And I continue I'm going to continue to follow that procedure, because I think it's the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to do for all elected officials in the county as a whole. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Rule and Mr. Roberts, two things. First, thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for taking the time out of your evening and your families to come here, spend time with us, and I appreciate that. The second thing is, I want to say I'm sorry, and I apologize that you've gone through this ordeal. Got to be careful what we say, right? Offends people sometimes. So I'm sorry, and I hope that there's some sincere resolution to what you're going through, and I certainly will help any way I can, but you're doing the right thing, in my opinion, by bringing it to this body, talking about it. Pictures were tremendous. They always speak 1,000 words. We're not able to get out like we should, so thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Commissioner Warfield.
I have Mayor Frank, I have a couple things under your report, or not under your report, but a couple things for you, if I could, please, Mr. Chairman. At a prior meeting, the subject of unsigned resolutions came up. I've heard 25 unsigned, I've heard 30, I've heard 35, heard today 50. So two things. One thing, I'm requesting that the mayor bring back to county commission at the next meeting a list of all of those unsigned resolutions that should be signed by the mayor. This report should include for each resolutions, since apparently there's a bunch of them, what's the reason for not signing these resolutions? And I would like for this to come at the next county commission, because apparently there's quite a few of them. Something that troubled me last time, when this came up, Commissioner Wandell was, I think he was, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, was asking why these weren't signed. And the thing that troubled me, and I had to go back and think, and the mayor's, and I went back and looked at that today. What the mayor said was that she's not going to sign any resolution that had a tax increase on it. Do my other 15, and including the mayor too, what resolutions are on your desk that county commission has approved a tax increase? Because that's what you said is, I'm not going to approve any resolution that has a tax increase. Well, that's true, but it kind of inferred, because the reason I'm asking this is I've had some people call me from your district and mine that said, when did you all approve a tax hike? And I said, well, not since we did the county employee. That's been the last one. Now, is there another one that I must have missed a meeting that there is that we've approved a tax hike in Anderson County? Because that's what. Huh?
The
county employee and the county school system. That was, since I've been on commission, that's the only thing that we.
School teachers.
No.
Mr. Yeager, he's talking about the appropriation resolution for our annual budget process, which I did not sign because it had a 10-cent tax increase. And I did not sign the resolution that recommended an increase in the severance tax, but I'm happy to meet with you, Commissioner Warfield, in my office, or I can come to your place and talk, but I'm not going to go through since 2012 and pull out every resolution. They're in the clerk's office, and the clerk's office has the minutes online. And if you want to ask me about any resolution, sometimes I'll actually write the clerk and explain the reason. The vetoes you always receive, I guess there's probably been 5 or 6 of those, maybe more, I don't know. Could be 7. I mean, I always write a letter about those, but I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm not going to go back and do all of that paperwork review. If you want to ask, you can go back and look through the minutes.
So is there a lot of unsigned resolutions, or is there just a handful?
No, there's a lot of times I won't sign if it didn't follow the proper procedure, or if there's something in there. For instance, I explained last month there was a resolution that, or maybe it was another month ago, I don't remember when it was, but it could have been interpreted as an advocacy for closing down Bull Run Steam Plant. And with 150 employees and their families to feed, I wasn't going to sign that and send word to Senator Alexander and Senator Corker that I wanted the steam plant shut down and all those contracted employees that serve in an ancillary position to be laid off. So I'm happy to explain each and every time. It's one of the things that I can do that any mayor can do.
I don't remember that. Well, that was my request. You have the prerogative of saying no, and that's apparently that's what you're doing. But I think this is part of the government. This is part of us. If it was approved, and I just think that not just us, but I think the citizens of Anderson County need to know what's not being done.
Sure. Well, I mean, you all did a resolution that I did not sign for a gas tax increase. So.
Well, I think that's what the state. We just agreed with what the state of Tennessee.
Yes, you endorsed a gas tax increase.
And Commissioner Wandale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification. I don't think anybody here voted to shut Bull Run Steam Plant down. I just want to make that very clear. What we did do is pass a resolution suggesting to the state, our congressmen, and by the way, Senator Alexander, who's a big advocate of the Smoky Mountains and loves to see a healthy Smoky Mountains, would have been, I think, very supportive of us proposing a natural gas plant. That resolution was designed to get away from stacking millions of tons in my district on 125 acres. And I understand you disagreed with it, and you think that's okay to put that material there, but our people in our district, we find it offensive, using one of your words, that we continue to stack up this byproduct and just let it stack there. Because guess what? In 20 years or so, they're going to shut that plant down anyway. I was proposing, and this body was proposing, to put a combined cycled natural gas plant on the 125-acre footprint to create jobs, save the environment, things that make sense, we thought, and I understand you disagreed with it, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have it all cleared now.
I didn't disagree, and just as I said the last time we had this conversation, if that resolution would have gone through a committee, I could have worked with you on language where it would have been agreement, because I agree with you about a natural gas plant. I've visited one in another state, and they're very efficient. So it's one of those occasions where when you bring items last minute, there isn't any room for me. I didn't even have, as oftentimes has occurred in this body, I don't have the documents that you have. And if you would include me on the email list, I am an ex officio member of this body, but I am intentionally excluded daily from your communications and any documentation that you send to this body. So I can't be faulted for not letting you know in advance, hey, Commissioner Wandell, could you change this? Could maybe you take away this word? I'm behind what you're for there. If I could have that information, we could handle that before this meeting, and you wouldn't be asking me, why didn't you sign it?
Are you referring to the agenda?
Not the agenda. You have gotten better over the last year, but there have been multiple resolutions that come to this body that are never drafted and sent to committees, or they're voted on literally on the floor. The gas tax is a perfect example. I did not support that. The public never had the opportunity to know that you were voting on that resolution. You literally crafted it in air. No one knew what the wording was. And after you passed it, it was written. And Jay knows that this is accurate because he wrote it after.
Crafted in there.
I mean, if you want me to provide that information for the next meeting, I'll be happy to. And so when the public, it's not on an agenda, and no one can pull up online that, hey, the gas tax increase, a support resolution, you don't have time to contact your commissioner. I can't. I'm not going to sign that.
Commissioner Meade.
Just for a little clarity, there was no bill passed by the state legislature last year that simply changed the
Correct.
gas tax.
And I'm an advocate
The Governor's
for the tax
Improve Act
cuts. Yes.
resulted overall in a net reduction in taxes on the citizens of Tennessee to the tune of about $350 million a year. It was the largest tax cut bill I think ever seen in the state of Tennessee. And you opposed that. There was no bill just to increase taxes. There was a decision made that the gas tax was the way to fund the roads, and it would only be used for the roads. It also cut the tax on food by a 20% margin from 5% to 4%. There were a whole bunch of other tax reductions, but the net difference was a reduction in taxes on the people of Tennessee of $350 million, and it ensured that the 50% of the trucks, 30% of the automobiles, they're driving across our state, are also paying for our roads. That includes trucks that buy gas in Kentucky and drive to Alabama. They have road logs, and that money for the taxes, the use tax on that fuel, is paid to the state of Tennessee. I think it was a good idea to have a tax on vehicles supporting the roads instead of low-income people buying their groceries with a significant portion of their income paying an disproportionate share for a highway system they don't use as much as other people. I think the trucks and the tourists need to pay for our roads because they use our roads. The way we were headed, it was the general tax revenues on sales tax were going to be funding our roads. And that meant, except for a little bit of money that the tourists spent while they were here and they paid some taxes on, that it was just the taxpayer was going to pay for the roads, even if it was people that other people were using the roads. That's what we supported, was the Governor's Improved Act. Overall, it was a $350 million a year tax cut to the state. It's not fair to call that bill just a tax increase on fuel.
Commissioner Meade, if you look in the minutes, I actually put my letter in there, and my letter is focused on the lack of public notice with regard to that. And so if you look in there, you'll see that I did not get into the merits for or against the bill, but I put on the record in the minutes that the reason I did not sign was that the citizens of Anderson County did not have a chance to view that and express their opinion to you as their elected official on the county commission. So you can look at that.
And we didn't pass anything except saying we supported the general purpose of the Improve Act to use the gasoline taxes and diesel taxes to support our roads and to reduce other taxes to a greater extent that it would result in a substantial tax reduction. That's what we support.
Okay.
Anything else?
That it? Thank you. Law Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you. I don't have anything for you, and just a couple of updates, though. I will tell you about. I need to speak with you about the Toyota case. Everything else has been handled in committees, but the opioid litigation that the mayor alluded to, and I talked to you about last month, General Clark will be talking to us, I think, next month. I'm sorry, but there has been some delays. He's been in Nashville talking with the state attorney general, and he'll be bringing a presentation to us, and I believe possibly a press release coming soon. Tonight, we've got Jonathan Taylor back with us. Has worked with us well for the past several years. If you have any questions after the meeting of Jonathan on any of our cases, he's willing to speak with you. And he can also talk to you about the opioid litigation here. He's very knowledgeable about that. So don't hesitate to call upon Jonathan. He's a wealth of information, a fine attorney. But please speak with him freely if you want any information about those topics. But any questions that I can answer for you on my written report or anything else.
Commissioner Isbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jay, just wanted to
Yes, sir.
let you know that Joe Lamb passed away Saturday.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know that.
And condolences goes out and prayers to his family.
Fantastic family.
Fantastic family, and of course you know that he was a member of the Medford Volunteer Fire
Absolutely.
Department, loyal member of the board.
Absolutely.
And I would ask that you prepare a resolution for him,
I'll be
please.
honored to do that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCamey.
Yes, sir. The Rocky Top Healthcare resolution, do you actually have that? I didn't see the actual resolution.
It was in the operations agenda
Yeah.
packet.
Okay, but I think operations requested that you approve it or something. Did you?
I'll put it on the county form, the template. Is that what you want to see, sir? The
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
body of the language is the exact same.
Okay,
thing as
so
what you saw.
you have approved it then?
Yes,
So
yes,
when we approved
absolutely.
it in operations, that took care of it?
Remember, that's a two-step process. They'll actually, that resolution tonight was just in support of that facility. When they go out and seek funding, that'll have to go through the Board of Health. You've been through that before, Robert. And then it'll come back for an absolute approval by this body before they can get started on it. Thank
That
you.
answers my question.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Budget Committee report by Finance Director Ms. Erb. How you doing, Ms. Erb?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine.
To get started, the cash and fund balance report was in your packet that was sent out to you. We're still in the process of closing the fiscal year. We've got 1 week left. So I can't accurately report out on the fund balances or those restrictions. You can see, though, that the cash is at $6.3 million. That's down slightly from last year, but comparable to where it was the year before.
Ms. Erb, is that why the line is drawn through it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I did pass out a graph that I wanted to spend a few minutes going over. If you'll bear with me, this shows the unassigned fund balance, the trends over the last 10 years. In the orange, it shows the number of months of operating expense that respective reserve can cover. In 2017, it's still unaudited, but I did put a projection in there. I'm anticipating that we close the year with close to a $650,000 deficit, where we had budgeted a $550,000 deficit. In 2018, as you know, we also budgeted for a deficit in this current fiscal year. So the last 2 years, we have a trend of revenues not being sufficient to cover near-term expenses. Looking forward, we're heading in the wrong direction. Outside of covering our operational expenditures, there's increasing pressure to invest in our capital infrastructure, ambulances, fire trucks, sheriff's cars, and to also increase compensation that we talked about earlier tonight. We're still well below the $4 million target of the unassigned fund balance, and that represents 2 months' worth of our operating expenses. That 2 months' worth, or $4 million, is an indicator of financial stability. And if we keep on the same trend, our AA2 rating is in jeopardy, and the cost of financing is going to increase. Going forward, I would urge you to protect the unassigned fund balance. We need to identify cuts in spending. There's a need to return to balanced budgets, and this may mean we have to increase property taxes next fiscal year. Any questions?
Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Natalie, I have the chart in front of me. Could you tell me, if you happen to know, what years did we raise taxes?
I want to say it was 4 years ago. Bear with me, and I can pull that schedule up in the budget book. 3 years ago. In 2014, the total tax levy, not just the county general, was 2.529. In 2015, it increased to 2.79.
Okay. Do you have anything before that? Because we did.
In 2012, it was 2.532. And then in 2013 is when it jumped up to the 2.529.
And is that the only ones we had?
In 2008, going back 10 years, 2008 it was at 2.82. In 2010, it increased to 2.37. The next year, it increased to 2.532. And then, as I said, those other years had an increase.
We had a reassessment in there, so.
In 2015 and in 2010, there was a property reassessment.
Not tonight, but when you get a chance, if you have time, don't make this a priority, but I'd like to see the same chart with our tax increases going up next to it.
Sure.
All right? Thank you.
Happy to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay.
So, if you'd like, we can move on to the budget amendments. Group
Yes.
number 1 was in the consent agenda. So submitting for your approval as a group number 2, submitting for your approval individually or as a group, appropriations for the school.
So moved as a group.
Second.
Motion and a second. Go to
Board vote.
the board and vote. I can't see that board. 16 yes, motion passes.
Submitting group 3, transfers school, for your approval individually or as a group. Board vote, please, as these are payroll and major line items.
Motion and second. Commissioner McCamey? Oh, okay. Go to the board and vote, please. Sixteen yes, motion passes.
Okay. Before I submit the group 5, I would like number 27, if we could possibly modify that language. It's for the industrial development. It's pulling from reserve fund money that's been earmarked for ACETA, that this will continue until that reserve fund is completely depleted. I'd like to add that language into number 27.
Got a motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. So with that, presenting group 5, appropriations non-school, for your approval individually or as a group.
A motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Go to the board and vote, please. Sixteen yes, motion passes.
Group 6, transfers non-school, presenting for your approval individually or as a group. These also require board vote as they are payroll or major line items.
Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Go to the board and vote, please. Sixteen yes, motion passes.
bear with me one second. Okay. Before I present Group 7, I have one modification that came to me later today, and that is number 29, respectfully requesting that be increased from $1,000 to $1,500. The other contracted services, we've got a revised estimate on the hours, and we need to increase that to $1,350.
This is for what? Which one?
This is for Randy, the project manager of the EMS group, has incurred some charges in facilitating virtual meetings, and then also one of the data requirements that he's getting from Fitch and Associates is having to go back to our previous outsourced billers, and they're saying to run these reports, they're going to have to charge $85 an hour for a number of hours to be able to give us the data that the auditors need for the EMS audit. So it's to be able to accommodate that so we can get all the data we need so they can do their work.
Okay. You made that motion. Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Go to the board and vote. We need to vote on that, or just a voice vote?
Submitting for your approval, individually or as a group, Group 7, appropriations. Yes, board vote.
Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Go to the board and vote, please. 16 yes, motion passes.
Okay, so miscellaneous. This is also at the end of the agenda. There were revisions that needed to be made to the resolution for appropriation that was changing the fiscal year end. It was no other material or substantive changes. It was just changing the fiscal year end to reflect this current fiscal year that I didn't get into the draft that you all approved. So it's asking for you to accept that into the minutes.
Move to approve.
Motion second. Any discussion on it? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, and then the last two are what we were talking about earlier this evening. The first one, number 33, is the senior citizen salary, and this is the same budget amendment that was presented at the Operations Committee meeting that the Operations Committee approved. Number 34 is the amount of revenue and expenses that we're expecting to come in this next year through events being run by the Senior Citizen Center.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion second. Any discussion on it? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Board vote,
Board
please.
vote.
And 3/4 vote.
3/4 vote. Fourteen yes, 2 no. Motion passes.
Okay. If there's nothing else for me, I'll hand it off to Catherine for purchasing.
Okay. Commissioner McCamey.
Because it didn't go to the budget, it wasn't approved by the Budget Committee. Even though it was discussed at the Budget Committee, it wasn't approved.
I think it has to go to the budget committee. It doesn't have to be any recommendation
Okay.
for, you know, in the future. So,
We good?
Yeah. I mean, but that's what I was thinking, that because it wasn't actually approved in the budget committee, but our rules state it just has to go to the budget committee. Right.
Commissioner Wandell.
I apologize, I didn't ask the question earlier, but I was looking over the resolution we passed, the budget resolution.
Right.
Could you tell me I was looking for it, I apologize. I think it was code 263. Is that the EMS code?
263 is the self-insurance fund.
Oh, yes. Is that higher this year or lower?
Is what higher this year?
The budgeted amount.
Yes, the revenue and the appropriations were higher this year.
And what about the EMS budget? Is it higher appropriated this year?
I believe so, because we had the increase in the rate increase that was part of the proposal that the Budget Committee, when they brought the budget to full commission, did not have it in. But when the budget was reviewed with full commission, that's when that rate increase was then brought in.
Is that I'm trying to find it. I apologize. Was it 5.9 for EMS this year?
Hold on one second.
5.8.
5.8 million?
Yeah, 5.8 something.
Thank you. That's all. That was a question. Thank you.
Okay. Purchasing report.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So the purchasing committee approved 7 contracts and 1 new RFP to be brought before you all tonight for approval. The first 4 contracts are the results of a janitorial supply bid that the purchasing office issued for all the departments except for the jails, as the jails have a separate contract. The first contract is for a 3-year term with Kelson, Inc. for janitorial supplies.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Motion to approve 2 through 4, Mr. Chairman. Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
The 5th contract is an agreement between the county and AT&T for the promotion of advanced broadband communications to begin the date that all authorizing signatures are evidenced on the contract and to continue until terminated by either party by giving at least 60 days written prior notice, so it could extend fiscal years.
Motion approved.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
The next contract is with the Department of Transportation, and it's agreement between the county and TDOT to establish that the county will be responsible for and pay for all the maintenance and operational cost of a new traffic light that will be provided. Thank you.
Motion second. Commissioner Meade.
I think it's important to note that we got the state to pay for the putting the light in. We only have to pay to maintain it. I thought we were gonna get stuck with both.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And the last contract is a contract with Pitney Bowes and the Health Department for a 5-year lease of a mailing machine.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And new business is to seek approval to issue an RFP for an internet service provider to establish a 5-year contract to include the installation and maintenance of a 1 gig per second internet circuit at the courthouse.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Isbell.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before some of the people leave, before we go into executive session, this is a question to the law director. Would it be wise to have the trustee and along with the finance director in that meeting as well?
They're welcome to attend. That's what you want.
Okay. Anderson County Tourism minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just had a question. I noticed in the minutes that there is approval of buying a vehicle up to $35,000. I was just curious what the vehicle is for, who's going to be driving it.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wandell. Commissioner Fritz, could you leave your iPad with Brian, please? Since you're leaving, thank you. Commissioner Wandell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question. I wasn't debating, just wondering what the purpose was of the vehicle. Is this something that...
Commissioner Isbell?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Commissioner Wandell, I spoke with Stephanie since we spoke a little earlier. And what that is they have 3 different people that now is getting mileage for their personal vehicles when they go to the trade shows and all that. So it's supposed to be, it's not a take-home car for anybody. It's supposed to sit there. And it's for, because they drive to Indiana and several other places.
So
but it's got to go to Budget Committee first.
So it'll be a county-owned vehicle
Be a
that'll stay
county-owned
with
vehicle.
Anderson County Tourism.
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Just so everyone knows, Human Resources Department was taken off, so. Resolution number 17-6, 639, resolution for various funds, departments, institutions, offices, and agencies. Already done that one? Man, we're moving on. Project manager selection for General Sessions Division 2.
Got it handled. Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Okay. All right, we're moving right along. Old business. Okay. Commissioner Warfield.
In the operations committee, it was brought up the report that was from the EMS director. One of the last things that was said, Commissioner McCamey said, very detailed report, and I said, well, there's the things that's not detailed. Looks to me like this Miss Smith is one that actually prepared this report that came out of Natalie's office. This was not prepared by Nathan. And I just pulled out two pages. And when I said a detailed report, I mean a detailed report. On page number 5 of the 47 pages that Ms. Smith printed out for us, and thank you, Ms. Smith. SunTrust Bank, P card, I'm assuming $900, $6,600, and $162. That could be anything, and that's, to me, from former banker in me, that's not a detailed report. There's some things on here, guys. I don't know if y'all took a look at it. I think there's some ways that we can cut when we start looking at buying parts. I'm seeing $500 bill from Napa. I'm seeing a $900 bill from Oak Ridge Automotive and Industry. We're really industrial, I guess. We really don't know what these are for. Ken Smith Auto Parts. Seems to me like we should be able to buy. Thank you. Seems to me like that we should be able to contract with one person and be able to, with one business, like in the automotives, and get a little bit better rate than we do go from one person or one business to the other. But I go back to what I was saying about a detailed report. I don't know what they spent $6,700 on with the P card, and this P card issue for the public. They've not forgotten about that, and it seemed like that's kind of died. So I want this put back on the operations, and I'll come and I'll be more detailed than what I am right now.
I thought Nathan was supposed to present the report to us.
Well, I thought he was too, but he got Miss Smith and this is just coming from Natalie's office that Miss Smith run. You know, that's not coming from Nathan. That's him making a phone call or whatever the case may be. So I'm very, very, very disappointed in this. You know, when we asked for a detailed report, I thought that's what we were getting.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor.
All of that information is in Natalie's office, and there is technology out there. The state of Tennessee actually has an online checking account, and what I recommend is that we just go ahead and do this for the entire county. And so we have transparency, and every check that is issued is actually posted to a website. State of Tennessee has that. State of Ohio has that. We can do that right here. We've got Brian Young in our IT department, and that'll address any and all issues. But all of that information is flowing through her office. It is under her guidance and her purview. And for instance, some of the things can just be answered by picking up the phone and calling someone and asking a question. We have multiple bids. The purchasing committee, Commissioner Warfield has sat on that purchasing committee, multiple bids for motor parts. And you can go talk to John Vickery and understand how that works. The pricing varies depending. Sometimes Napa actually has the best price, so we actually have a contract with them. Sometimes it's someone else. Sometimes a part is not available from anywhere other than, say, a dealer. And so there are reasons for all of this. And I think the important thing is to reach out to people. That's where understanding comes from, is by learning. And I know Commissioner Warfield is an educator, and he understands that. So I would encourage that instead of this being an adversarial position each and every month. I am not going to authorize Nathan to come up here and be bullied and maligned. Now, if there's information you need, I know he's happy to get it. We'll provide it. Thank you.
Commissioner McCamey.
If I remember the motion correctly, it was to ask for an expenditure versus income is what the report asked. I mean, that's what we had asked for. His what his expenditures were and what his actual income, revenues versus expenditures. I didn't know we needed, well, I mean, but it was a detailed expenditure versus revenue. And that's what Libby pulled out of the accounting office, is this is what they spent, this is what they had coming in. And it was my understanding that's what we wanted to know, so that he wasn't overspending his budget, that the money was coming in as he was spending it. But now, if you're wanting something that's detailed, I agree that's going to take some time to come up with every check that's written, or every time they use a P card, if they have to document that. But like the mayor said, it's all documented in the accounting office.
Well, not every office in the county is over $1 million in the hole either, of taxpayer funds. That's the difference.
Okay. Anything else under old business? Okay, this is executive session. This is, yes, sir, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 5 minutes, and then we're starting back. You better get a 2-minute cigarette and tinkle. Call this meeting back to order. Mr. Long, you wasn't on the agenda, so I'm sorry. So
It's all right. Not a problem.
problem.
Just want to turn in my inventory.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, you have anything to say?
No, I was glad to be here.
All right.
Got any questions?
You stayed here that long for that? Hey, we could have snuck you in on that.
No problem.
Okay.
Well, we're glad to get it done and finish it tomorrow.
You got it striped yet, Rob?
No, sir. We got the.
My secretary said she was doing 75 and didn't realize it.
Okay. Do you need to?
Sheriff's Department may remind you.
Any questions for Gary?
I'd like an answer to Alderson's question.
Which is, how did it allow them to do that in South Clinton? They did that 3 years ago. They're practicing, I guess. I'll find out.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to present inventory. Thank you.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Me.
Mr. Alderson?
I just missed what that was.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Stripes are on the way.
All right.
Oh, that previous.
Okay, we need to go into executive session now. good? All right, we're back on. Call this session back in order. This meeting back in order. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we settle with Toyota, contingent on Mr. Alley's review of the plan.
Okay, have a motion?
Review and approval.
Well, he has to approve, contingent on his approval.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion on it?
Yeah. I'm
Commissioner-
opposed to a settlement. I think we should have Johnny here, and I think we ought to authorize the attorney to keep fighting this case.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Creasy.
All right, let's go to the board and vote. If we, yes, it'd be to settle.
Beat it.
Just hit abstain for. Give me that.
Absent.
Oh.
Vote yes, I
Oh.
voted no.
He ain't
It's
in.
not working. It won't?
It won't.
It won't?
I just vote no.
Robert got to do it.
Oh, look at that. Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Redo it.
Clear that.
Redo it.
Clear it and let's redo it.
Redo it.
Yeah. I did the same thing, so that's not the way you wanted to vote. Okay.
Mr. Fritz has to be recorded, as you know. I'm going to have to vote now.
Go ahead and do me a roll call real quick.
Roll call. Go to the board and vote, please.
Now, we're just.
You just roll call.
President.
Here.
Roll call.
You don't have to point it.
What about Chuck? Okay.
Yeah, you missed that first.
Get Robert that.
You don't have to point it nowhere. You can just lay it on the table. You don't have to point it.
You just don't know how to.
There you go.
Commissioner Hitchcock?
This is just a roll call.
You got Chuck's.
That'll mess it up.
There, cancel one here, but I'll confirm it, you confirm, yeah. It's like you came in.
That's gonna mess it up.
All right, let's stay focused and get this done. Let's go.
Fritz is absent. So anything we vote for, he's voting no.
Okay, now go to the board and vote. Yes.
You still got Fritz up there voting.
Oh, my goodness.
He's up absent.
He's absent. He's good. Commissioner Creasy?
I'd hit it.
Commissioner Mead? Commissioner Mead? Hey. 8 yes. 8 yes, 7 no. Motion fails.
You have to have 9.
Motion fails. Anything else? Motion to adjourn. Everybody turn your iPads in to Brian, please. iPads to Brian.